كوردي وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو. يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Welcome everyone here to the grand final and the beginning of the end here for the PMPL Pro League Arabia Season 2. Myself, Hannah Wolf, joined as always by Professor Tarzan and our beautiful sponsor, the Opera 6 series, where you can upgrade performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Opera 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. Tarzan, it's been a long time coming, 3 weeks. We are here finally.
Yeah, you are finally here, I would say. we've missed you. And of course, we also had the lovely DK and Span Cargo. Also had like John Allen and Blank for a little bit as well. So we have been, going through all these wonderful days of PMPL Arabia. We're down to these 3 days, Jake. I mean, it's pretty crazy. 16 teams, we eliminated 4 out of 20. There's a little bit of a F in the chat, like for them. They fought their way through, but we're now down to these 16, and we start from 0, and that is probably one of the most exciting thing. I think the second thing for me personally, Jake, would be to see them fight through these maps. We had been very heavily emphasizing on Erangel, and now we have those very balanced map rotations across the 3 maps.
Of course, it's going to be 18 matches, going to be a marathon of 3 days here for these teams. As she said also, I think a little bit of an F in the chat for our 4 teams who couldn't be here for the finals. Rad Size, the Cryptics, I do believe, All Around Revolution, should I say, and also RTG. But the 16 who have made it, survival of the fittest, and also as we will through to the teams who will get a little bit of an eye on who actually did make it through. Tarzan, it's been a pretty long competition so far, and I think these teams clearly have developed through the 3 weeks, can be said.
Yep, I mean, it's about this whole ecosystem of this region, right? It started, to be fair, like very, very long ago, but when we start to have this Pro League series, we started last season, and we see these teams grow through it. We've seen some roster changes as well. We've seen the same group of players, the same team going under different organizations or whatnot. And then, of course, as always, we just grow together, right? All of them, we've got teams actually dominating the scene. And we can't forget to mention Galaxy Racer, right? They were Guns last season. Guns Esports go under Galaxy Racer's brand, and the original Galaxy Racer roster is no longer in here. So this is a bit of a good change. I hopefully see teams just pick up and take care of players, help them develop or whatnot. After all, we are sending them to good places. One team will represent the region in the Global Championship, but of course we also have a few of them who will play in PMPL EMEA League.
Yeah, of course, our top 6 will end up through overall, Tarzan, and these points they've got to fight for to get to those spots. Starting with first place as always, chicken dinner, granting yourself 15 points, moving down as well to 0, 13, 16, 1 kill equaling 1 point, which is the big statement here. But also, not just the points that these teams are fighting for, the prize money as well is what they are fighting for, Tarzan. And what a massive prize pool it is, $55,000 in total.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of that going into those teams that won some games in the Super Weekend. So that is quite a lot of money there, 45,000 just for those 45 matches. And I think that's actually a good chunk of money to not just make them richer, allow them to reinvest back into themselves, gear or whatnot. It's also about the momentum that it gives, right? It's a huge boost when it comes to the sense of achievement as well. Like, it helps you build your way through. And of course, we still get the prize money when we rank in these finals. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Like right now, yes, it's not as juicy compared to maybe a chicken dinner from Super Weekend, but it's about being crowned best team of the region. That is what they're going for, and we can't wait to see which team will make it through.
In the pride as well, as we do move through to that schedule of these teams and what we had to do and how we had to play to get to the top, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok sandwich this time around, and it's going to be a double load of it each day, every day of this weekend, Tarzan. And as we said, 18 matches is going to feel like a marathon, but the word that I think we're going to be using the most, and I think the highlight of this tournament is consistency. And looking at consistency coming through these teams to be able to make it into those top spots.
Yeah, many ways to compare it, right? Like when we talk about, crunching the numbers, looking at stats, playing around with data, you can compare them, week to week. You can compare them with the previous seasons also. And how about match, or should I say map specific stats? Like that is one of the most important things, I'd say, because we have been very focused on Erangel, and you can't just be good, on that on that one map, because like Sanhok is huge and Miramar is so hard to play as well. And I think there will be some surprising changes coming through to the leaderboards, like match with what we have so far from Super Weekend standing, just because of this little bit of reshuffle.
And I think obviously the headline of this finals as well got to be, as you said, Galaxy Racer. I mean, they are the ex-Guns roster, but they did even better in this season too. 11 more points than the previous one. And now also the fact that they're tied on chicken dinners, I think that is what we've got to discuss, but we'll discuss that straight after a short commercial break, Tarzan. And don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you on the flip side.
Mr. DJ. Like this.
Welcome back, everyone, of course, straight away to the PMPL Arabia Season 2 Finals. Of course, myself, Wolf, and Vest Tarzan here alongside you today. And as we mentioned, the headline coming through into these finals, Galaxy Racer, Tarzan, and the fact of how strong they have been, a repeat of what we just said before the break, in the fact that they were the ex-Guns roster. They've now even improved on their Season 1 result. And I think, to be fair, they have had a little bit of a hiccup, though, when it came to week 3.
Yeah. Completely agree. I think we thought they improved compared to before, which I think they have, right? But weeks 1 and 2 was just phenomenal. When we matched with week 3, let's start with league play, right? They qualified at 16th place, but of course there's some point difference between them and the teams below them. And to be fair, a lot of teams got very close point difference there. Arguably, they could be testing things. We always say it's fine to do that if you can reach your goal with that. If you know that doesn't carry into your bad habit for the bits that you tested and don't want to keep, that is completely fine. But it's with the Super Weekend where we should see teams at the best ability, right? Because you get rewarded for just winning games. That's when we saw some shakiness from this team. We talk about maybe early game pacing. We talk about rhythm and tempo of early rotations, or whether they go too blunt into certain central crashing type of rotations. Yeah. They got rewarded with huge game on Sanhok, though, but we cannot just rely on that one style. We've seen them with multiple ways to approach this game. We want to see that versatility coming back so that they are more prone to going out early. And we don't want to, have a low standard for this team, because I think it's very likely that they will represent us, and it's for them to go, above how they have been. They are their biggest enemy right now.
I mean, they've massively improved, right? they didn't even qualify this organization for the finals last time around. And of course, they have exchanged it for the top roster last time in PMPL. It obviously works wonders for them, but they are up against top competition, and that top competition is coming out of the likes of Fate as well, who come into second position from the league stage, now entering in as well. The fact that in week 3 specifically, they were the ones who really stepped up.
Yeah. And before that, before those almost back-to-back, I think it was actually a back-to-back chicken dinner for Fate Esports in week 3 Super Weekend. And but before that, they had the consistency when it comes to points, but wrapping up games, winning games might be where they struggle just a little bit. But you know what? Like, the points do come through. After all, it's a total points from 45 matches, averaging just below 10 points per game, which is still a very, very good result and has some lead over RICO Infinity now at 3rd place. RICO Infinity team, they've got some of these big chicken dinners, right? But a lot of them came from Sanhok when they worked their way through from the north side down from Paradise Resort. And they've been playing that style well. And the fact that we have more Sanhok now, basically the same amount of games across the days from all 3 maps, that could be to their advantage. But right now, also, very hard to say what team's been doing well on Miramar. It's really about the landscape-specific type of fight, the considerations where these teams have been tested in different ways, but still be able to come out ahead. Like, so far, it's hard to say just because we haven't played too much Miramar, especially in that week 2, I believe. We just didn't touch it in league play. But back to this old format, we should see some goodies.
I mean, of course, they started out in 14th position, and the fact that they've improved, I think this is something really interesting, because when we look back to, obviously, that first season, right, they were a team that barely clinched their way into the finals. Of course, they qualified through to the next stage of competition last time. Got to see if they can again, but they are one of the favorites. I think more to be said this time around, but also not just the old dogs, also the new dogs here as well, Tarzan, because keep in mind, I mean, led by Kato, of course, in 3-time PMCO finalist, is only really a microcosm vote, because actually when you look at the rest of their team, one of the most aggressive teams coming into the finals.
Yeah, Kato's been very, very strong, I think, as an IGL. He's won 3 PMCOs, in fact. And the interesting thing with him, I would say, is that he used to, be associated with YaLLa Esports. And there's this constant storyline so far between Twisted Minds and YaLLa Esports where they hot drop against each other. So it's good time to bring YaLLa Esports, into this conversation, because out of all the teams that played all Super Weekends, they've got the lowest average points so far. But they are arguably the most long-standing organization if you just look across all these names. So something needs to be fixed, or should have been fixed, because this is about time. Like, there's so little that you can do maybe during the day. Of course, there's still the power of good leadership, motivational speeches, all that stuff, but something intrinsic has been interfering with their gameplay. That hot drop could have basically harmed both them and Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds are now at 4th place. So now that we have the same amount of Miramar and Sanhok as to Erangel, can they play 2/3 of their game hot dropping against another team? Like, that is a big question mark that we all are looking for the answer.
I mean, YaLLa, they've not really done all that well, because they only finished in 14th position, Tarzan, this time around. So we questioned in the first season, well, they are one of these staple teams of the Middle East, but actually no, because they haven't performed once more. So yes, they qualified again for the finals, but to see if they can make that rise into the qualification spots, that's what I'm concerned about, especially with not just Twisted Minds, but also now even Cryptics and also Lusail with 337 points, 297 points respectively through those Super Weekends, who actually should be majorly stepping up. I mean, Cryptics themselves, already in that 3rd Super Weekend, they bagged themselves a 4th position overall with a lot of points, about 150.
Yeah, like Cryptics did quite well in their last Super Weekend. And to be fair, this roster, this Moroccan roster, were under RTG, last season, RTG with the new Egyptian roster didn't make it through to the finals this time around. You can see Cryptics are still building, like as a team. Sometimes they do lack certain momentum. It's like they've forgotten about those one or two key things going into the next phase of Circle. Like one good example would be when they get these headshot hills, finishes, or mid game, and they, being a raw Zoc team, somehow just like lost some card pretty early on. And when that area is not too populated, that is actually a very good area to, you know, get all those resources in, those key resources. But somehow they would just lose some key puzzle pieces of the puzzle from time to time. But when they have the momentum, they do quite well. It's just when they don't, it's really hard to say. So speaking about that type of playstyle, Highland Wolf, Lusail Esports should be, you know, talked about as well. Like 5 chicken dinners, they are in second place. Start with NASR Esports when we talk about the number of chicken dinners in the Super Weekends, but they are only at 9th with 297 points. So there's only 2 teams that's below them when it comes to teams that played all Super Weekends. So they have this type of almost all or nothing type of situation. If it's going well, if they've got early fights, they try to keep many players alive and they go towards the end. But if they lose 1 or 2, then it starts to slowly crumble. So sometimes this type of stuff, like, you know, with the coaching experience, I do suspect it's down to just how these players are structured when it comes to the mentality, you know, the narration during the game, and how they keep their focus upon doing the next right thing, right? Sometimes if they can't do that, then that could be a struggle point.
And as well, when you look towards, I know you highlighted it there, NASR, who are just shortly behind both Cryptics and Lusail. I mean, massive wins for them in only 2 Super Weekends. So because they were one of these rogue teams who, yes, qualified in season 1, they struggled in that second week where they didn't make it, but in weeks 1 and 3, when they did, I mean, they really stepped up, as you said, tied with the highest amount of chicken dinners, and they are currently coming in 10th position, even despite the fact that below them, there's teams who have competed in 3 Super Weekends out of the 3 in total.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing quite well. Like, we'll look at the point average. It's almost 10, like 9.9 almost. And that has been a very, very pleasant showing of their skills in Super Weekend 3. Some back-to-back chicken dinners as well. And you can see when they are playing at their top, they can really match the style of Galaxy Racer, not losing, you know, those certain basic things, not going overboard to lose the so-called quote-unquote smart aggression, which sometimes like teams really struggle. Like when they're on the rampage, they keep pushing towards 15, 16 kills, and in final circles just go over aggressive, disrespecting enemies, not using the smokes in the best way, not rationing the utilities, you know, just trying to play an uphill battle with brute force and then getting punished. So like we've seen these type of styles coming through from maybe the Cryptics, almost like iKURD Triple as a team that's kind of at 6th place that we should talk about, that has, you know, struggled a little bit in wrapping up games. It was really just that one chicken in that they've gotten when they could have gotten more, right? When it's compared to a 5th place, right, kind of above them, KURD Squad, a squad that has been a little bit silent, slowly creeping back up. You know, that last week was important for them, but a lot of the success came from them taking away KURD 12's drop spot. When they are pushed to drop far from their home, they do quite well. But now K12 is back, and we are ready to see whether they will do the same. And this is game 1 of this finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Erangel, and we'll first do this as the first map. We're back to this in the 4th, and this is the 16 teams, day 1 of the finals, with the playing path going from Taverny all the way to Novo.
All the way to South here in Tarzan. I think, to be fair, these teams got to be familiar with this map. We've seen it day in, day out so far for this tournament, but now it is a different beast when it comes to the finals. A lot more pressure on these teams' hands because it isn't going to be the majority that we see in Erangel this time around. Of course, only 33% of the games, and I think for teams who have really relied on it, like Falcons, for example, now is not the case. They need to show that they are flexible in as well as being good on this map.
Yeah, so far Falcons only done 2 drops right? They've only gone for Yasna Poliana, and maybe for once or twice they went to military base. And right now, the real question mark is on military base in a way, what team will take it? We know Lusail adapted that spot when they find North Georgia Port a little bit far. RT9 is doing something quite interesting because they are a Primos team, and they struggle rotating away from the area, especially through that southern coastline when K12 is there, and they continue to struggle when K12 wasn't there in the third Super Weekend, when they don't know how to pace around that when Lusail, the military base team, come through that western bridge. So we are trying to find out whether we've got certain adjustment coming through. Like, to be fair, other than maybe RT9, everything's been pretty similar. But you see, this is where that issue happened. RT9 going for a bit of an adjustment, but already lost one to Anas in what seems to be his just usual drop spot when it comes to this very signature RICO Infinity split around Saverny.
RICO Infinity's team are already getting themselves on the board. I think this is much needed for RICO Infinity's team, who, yes, have now been able to grab themselves up to third, but it has been, when you look towards that momentum coming from the start to the end days of these competition, in the whole of it, RAT, they did not look good when I at least watched them back in those first qualifying days, and I'm glad to see them now have that lead that they've been able to garner for themselves and have that confidence they've been able to bring throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, right here, also very interesting, right? Like, Vibes likes to go to Gatka Fields. It's quite far, so they need to find a way to get there. And you know what? Early fight is right here. Like, Anna's been one of the strongest fraggers that we've seen. Like, he can pop the hell off, like, to, like, 1,200 damage in 2 games consecutively. Like, we've seen that before, and what a great pickup from the organization. And right now, Twisted Mind, of course, we talked about this team controlling farm, and I'm excited to see how they control farm area, because there's a few things that they have experienced so far. One, they went to the more middle parts, but they are slightly slower from some other teams around Potato Hill or whatnot. So the strongest spots around farm, we have not seen them actively just hold. They want to go quite far into areas that might be easier for some other teams to reach. Number 2, we have not seen them take much action against the Milter team, which is Fate Esports, as well as teams coming through from the Southern Island. We know Farm is strong for that, to control maybe the Eastern Bridge. And speaking of Eastern Bridge, we need to talk about Novo, right? And Novo is the home of SUDOR Esports, the only team, Highland Wolf, that hasn't gotten a single chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
And they love going to Lipovka as well. I wouldn't say love, right? When they can't show their love for Novo, they may go for Lipovka. And right now, there's actually a good chunk of reasons as to why they might want to take that spot. Yes, I know in the history of us working together, we've grilled some teams only going to Lipovka and not getting punished. But in a way, Novo can be even more punishable when you've got 2 top teams on the other side of your closest bridge.
I think that definitely these consistent drop spots, something that we're going to have to really look at, because as we'll head through tonight, there are some highlights of consistency that I want to kind of pick apart. But when we look back towards Erangel here, you mentioned it was SUDOR, they're the only team without chicken dinner. Was it not, if I remember rightly, SUDOR who came in to the finals without a single chicken dinner really themselves? Once again, I think this team clearly has a struggle point when it comes to trying to close out these games.
Yeah, I mean, quite a few teams had that issue for different reasons. Sometimes you can see it's over-aggression, sometimes it's about not playing proactive enough, and sometimes it's because they just can't get that early game or mid-game down. Like, when they lose some players, then you don't have the body advantage. It makes it extremely hard, and sometimes about trading, right, in that end zone, splitting and carrying different angles. And let's talk about YaLLa Esports, right? We've got this, first off, slightly eastern zone, which is kind of okay for them, I would say, because when they somehow get the circle, they do something too predictable, which is just to take Everest. And in the past maybe 3 to 5 games on Erangel that they get to make to that position because it complements the circle, they actually just don't hold it that well. Like, their team's always coming in to surprise them, or they just always think that it's empty and they forgot how late they are entering the area. So, like, this team needs to find some ways to secure their rotations. It's like it's so rare to see them with enough players in the end game. And you may say, hey, that might not be true, but come on, we've got 45 games of data, and they have the lowest average out of all those teams that qualified. And it's definitely, a bar that we have to set for these organizations, coming into developing players, retaining players. All these things are extremely important, I think, is what needs to go into the scene when it comes to appraisal of like player support and the development of the whole team and the whole organization.
And also, I think one of these teams who, when you talk about these weird rotations, these slower rotations, RT9, one of these ones that come to mind for me throughout this tournament specifically. I mean, the way that they have been playing, yes, has been stronger on Erangel, but still is a predictive playstyle in the sense that they cause these pile-ups of deaths, right? And in the sense that they are also slow to the fights themselves when you need to take it. And as a result, they end up with this lack of information when it comes to even the mid-game trying to decipher into the late.
Yeah, and the thing is, they can't even get to sometimes the first rotation or like shot stop position, or maybe the first spot they want to hold. Like without casualty, sometimes it's so bad that that's the case. And it's down to them really religiously going to these far areas, and but they try to take all their time to loot up. But when they come in in a very careless way. And I think that is something that is relatively forgivable for teams that just like came into the PMPL this season. But RT9 is not one of those teams. We've seen them last season. No. They also struggled somewhat, right? Like 14th place, if my memory serves me correctly. And so, yeah, we want to see some improvement. And of course, sometimes we can't absolutely remember every single player on the previous roster. We can go back and have a look. But right now, we can see there's some really macro play issues coming in for this team. And of course, homeworks can be done. VOD reviews and all that must have been held right in the past 2-3 days, and this is time for them to show what they've made out of those effort. Lusail, it's time to rotate. We talk about them being the military-based team now, and K12 is back into the mix, so let's see whether that will do them any good.
Well, K12, they are also starting to split here, so the problem for K12 is when they're trying to go for this rotation, they go separated, whereas Lusail, they are close together, so Lusail have this pressure. However, though, they do get away, so K12, they can look to actually turn us around just below triple vibes and maybe on the edge of these hills rising into the zone, take out Lusail with a gatekeep against them, but it depends on where this second zone does shift, and if it does shift to that northern side, I mean, not only them, though, K12, the chance for them to gatekeep, but I'm looking and really looking hard for a lot to come out of Triple Vibes and ABIAH coming into this tournament as well while we are in the start of this first game. Because coming in from the league stage, there's a lot of questions to be answered from these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, if K12 just decided to say, hey, let's not be comfortably looting, let's set up for sure to punish this team that will always rotate through this bridge. This could be at least 1 to 2 kills in the pocket right now, and they don't even need a full squad to do that, right? Like, but they just really extended their looting phase and decided to just rotate next to a team when they could have found the first kill already. And now with that little bit of hesitation, they drive, you stood and shoot. Now they are in front of you. And of course, we've got two that can still out-rotate. The side of Reva is trying to do the same thing, but Golden is now lagged behind. So it's about this plan right now. 32 seconds remaining. Do we fight or do we come in? And to be fair, I prefer to rotate, right? We look at the zone. It's about the landscape. Is actually very punishing because the entry spots were close to farm and coastal line. It could be already taken by Twisted Minds, who literally drop there. And we can see also if they ever get funneled and pushed away and not touch farm, if they keep going to that right side, eastern side of the map, they may meet these teams from Milta, they may meet SUDOR through from that western bridge, and all these teams that they don't want to meet if they are coming in late, right? So this is a small bit of skirmish. It can't be the fight that carries on for more than 2 minutes, I suppose, like depending on how much loot you have. And so yeah, like let's see whether they can make something work.
I mean, K12, unfortunately for them, they've stopped in a position where, as you said, right, they've not rotated. So, yes, they're going to stop Lusail. They're going to be a hindrance. But when it comes to actually getting inside phase 2, which is already now rotating into phase 3, they're going to be behind. And this is a problem when you look towards that mid-game stage. It's all about that information, not necessarily the fighting here, Tars. And it's something I am big on because information is power when it comes to navigating through the mid portion of the game.
Yeah, all the time. When we talk about splits, it's all about that, right? Information plus support. Like, if you can get the max amount of info, it's great. But if it's that whole split where you can get info but you can't fight back if someone knows that you're there, that's the issue as well. So this is where KURD Squad's doing something quite interesting, as well as, you know what, it was just KURD Squad because RICO Infinity sharing the same color, just in close proximity. This is one of the strong compounds, I would say. Like, it gives you options to go both south and north. It's about info as well as support with each other. It's very easy to maybe find some side angles, find a dip to make sure that you prevent some sort of crash and clash. And right now we've got iKURD Triple. We talked about this team, to be fair, stat-wise, amazing, right? We talk about damage, we talk about kills and knocks. This team has sent at least 2-3 players up to that top 5 board, like, consistently. But right now is about consistently getting to endgame, as they have a roadblock right now and they're rotating past the side of Cryptics. I don't know how well that will go. Seems like we've already got some coming through.
It's not going well, Tarzan. It all ends down 2 knocked. There's 1 dead. I heard Triple. They're already going to suffer even more. Is the 3rd phase. Tarzan as well shifts all the way over to Lipovka. There goes the 2nd knock player, and a 3rd will fall. KURD is the only one alive, and Cryptics already searching to finish out the entire clean fight so far for them, but it will be awkward. I mean, KURD is going into the search and going in for Marshall, but it's just not working out. They do find one. They try to find a flush, but it's not going to be the case, and Cryptics keep all 4 alive.
Well, maybe I would say that is the result of homework. They know, oh, they just rotate via this main roads anyway. Let's go late. We will at least farm this one team, then go in, right? So that's just kind of work out. But of course, this new circle is a little bit punishing. Highland Wolf is about power positions through and through already. We already have ABIAH holding the heavens, and we've got all these teams wanting to come to Southside Mansion, split compounds, dips or whatnot, and is about holding them. And you can see the split from Fate now will be breached by Galaxy Racer. Let's see whether they've got these angles. Good retreat coming through. Let's see if the cover fire's there.
But Sawi's in the open, and Galaxy Racer, they barely don't find him. He gets behind for now. Twisted Fate's cutter as well, and a drop in the kill feed to NASR in their own fight. You can see them just below Mansion side on the map right now. Is with Fate going to strike back one onto NASR. Is that fight only ensues further? Tika grabbing one, but finally Fate, they wake up and grab one themselves. There goes straight back onto NASR. Twisted Fate, we talked about it, but Tika grabs a 2nd for himself, but he's the only one alive. Everyone is in shambles, and it's a 1v1. Tammy falls down though, and it's a beautiful 3rd party all the way from the outside on the hill. SUDOR grab it, and he might even grab NASR as well, but it's not the right window. They make the revives.
It's go time. It's go time. They see the kill fit light up, and it's about time to go in before they get the reset and all that stuff. But you know what? That is them missing the window. But they also don't want to give up their spot. Maybe that's the key consideration, right? After all, they don't have, you know, this spectator perspective. So it's still a good idea to come through. But NASR just took that into their own hands. And iKURD Triple, we just did not expect them to go out so early. We talk about abilities to go into late game. That was just a rookie mistake, you know, and against the setup by Cryptics, they went out. And Twisted Minds as well. Very close fight. And you can see this is what we... Ooh. And you can see this is just great, like, on the side. Like, Fate got the split. They got the support coming through. They give away 1 compound to not lose the player. And now it's about this split, and there's still so many compounds in here, and waiting for some of these teams to play the outskirts of certain compounds that can, you know, really work for them, especially after some teams really playing very, very loud. But we're losing players once again. You can see NASR going red.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, Tarzan, how do we get out of this position? Yes, it gets saved by SUDOR, but SUDOR might just be the grave digger for them and their hopes in his first game. I mean, Lusail as well going to have to keep away a high ground position triple vibe. So against the blue zone, need to move further, but Lusail are already scooting their way out into this phase 4 zone themselves. 30 seconds remaining, but Galaxy Racer are finally closing out that fight. NASR losing even more as he clearly did try to make a jump to the next compound. Did not work. And now back towards those teams on the outskirts. I mean, Lusail, who have had this quiet game so far, have been playing on the edge so far, Tarzan. I think there is a problem again of information in this mid-game. They do not have an eye on where these teams are. And as you can see, punished by teams like NASR getting caught out by that same mistake.
Yeah, I think that position is in a way fine as long as they can have sightlines upon the entry spot, right? They can punish whoever wants to take that spot. They can knock someone on that exact spot they want to take, then crash in with some number advantage. But you know what? Sometimes it's just too much blind crash coming in as well. Shot stop right here. Falcons knows how to clear the edges. Now we are onto that northern edge. Let's see whether they can make something work. It might be just off that initial knock, but you can see Neverlone's trying to just deliver as well. And Falcons lost one on rotation.
Barely Demar getting away as well. It could have been a second dropping immediately for them. It's already KURD squad only continuing to try push this, but the problem being for Falcons is they're on the outside of zone and they drop another. It will be only never alone to fall, and Falcons down to now 2 players. Bomber, who barely survived previously, keeps themselves in that duo specifically, but the problem is still there. They gotta fight their way inside a zone, and there's just little way really to come inside. I mean, Unknown now on the outskirts, they do find one of the Rams slightly out further back, but they have to continue to push, and now with YaLLa coming in the backside, it does not look pretty.
Oh, KURD squad should have just tightened the splits. Like, just get the 2 outside of zone to drive towards J9 and the other teammate to make sure that they've got cover fire, bait some shots in, because the other issue with the other teams potentially crashing upon that duo. But you can see Damar's trying to make this work. There's no tightening of that formation. They've just lost those 2, but Falcons lost 2 themselves as well, and yet to find a spot in the circle.
They find a success, and now it could be back into their own hands here. KURD squad, who tried to go for the flush toss, and now down to just 2 players. They are weakened when it comes to being able to then enter into this zone as well. As you can see, all of that northern side. YaLLa, who leapfrogs over KURD squad and now actually gatekeep them away.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very classical spot, right? That's why KURD squad want to send more players in there. We've seen it even in the previous season of PMPL Americas, where the start of nights really start to bloom, where Coops really start to get his clout. It was from those plays, from those parts. You can see it's very important to have more players around there, and Falcons got stuck a little bit, trying to do too many things at the same time, and they will go out at 13th place. Not just them, actually 14th. Triple Vibes is the team, starting the game with only a trio because of some careless mistakes. Now they will not be able to go further. Still a very tricky circle, I would say. Let's see where it's going to shift. It actually will go to the northwest. That is extremely punishing for some of these teams. The sight lines from the already taken compounds are immense, so it will be about balancing it out. Can they clear out some teams before they rotate so that they didn't get stabbed from the back? SUDOR, it's time to strike.
And SUDOR, they are trying to strike down onto a Cryptics. They find one. Can they find a second? They do take it. El Chapo's now down as well. And they are on high ground. A low peak advantage not there for Cryptics just yet. And it's all down to Marshall for Senke making those rebuys. But you can see possibly a re-jump in onto the fight. They are looking clever, searching for that extra spray onto Senke. They don't find it just yet. And now back up to 3 players. And for the rest of SUDOR, potentially had they been a little bit more aggressive, Tarzan, they could have found some more success in this fight, albeit though they do knock down that second player once again, and SUDOR straight back into the position they found themselves, successful, but not quite.
Well, it's about, finding the right thing to do right now, because look at Blue Zone coming in. Phase 5 is a little bit painful to say the least, especially when you may need to tank that even further. There's no info gathered by some of these Esh teams yet, so it will be just playing with what's in front of them, and that is not going to be easy. RICO Infinity try to control that northern side. You can see that will be RT9 trying to control and punish some of these other teams. YaLLa wants to join the party. The fight finally breaks out in these dips.
In YaLLa, you can see the strength of their position. Oh, yes, they lose one. It's just beautiful positioning here from KURD squad, getting eliminated by RAT as well. He completely side flanked them. Fortunately, Cryptics, they do lose another one of their players through to the blue zone as well. You can see on the eastern side of this phase 5 hands continue to shift towards the northwest. NASR as well going to drop next, and for the strength here of YaLLa, but also we look down to the strength of those in the center. That's where you're really looking at K12 controlling this game.
K12 with that compound is extremely strong. The issue would be if they ever need to rotate away, it's so hard to park those cars. Fate's been controlling mansions, and that's one compound is so strong for sightlines, so hard to protect and rotate away. And we're waiting for this next shift to come through, maybe in a matter of 20 seconds. Look at YaLLa not giving up on this 3 kills on board Banda, not right now. It's still going to be a very hard northern side, but we'll bring ourselves to this west, or should I say east side. Cryptics and SUDOR tried to enter at the same time. Cryptics lost 2.
In Cryptics down to a duo. We've got 2 different squads to fight against. It's not going to be pretty for me. You can see the health bar. Senke only going to drop as well to the nade. Marshall's on his own. YaLLa on the meanwhile taking the zone. Phase 6 goes even more up towards the north, and there Marshall will drop, but not before Real Tiger 9 gonna drop one themselves. And this is SUDOR trying to clean it up. They've got the strength, they've got the strong side of this phase 5 shift. And RT9, they look endangered, but not before they put even more pain into SUDOR, who feel the pain coming through R8T behind them.
Wow, you know what? There's a way to get in against IT. They need to hope that other teams come in to distract them, find the right time to enter, and it's about staying safe for now, but nowhere's particularly safe. You can see even for YaLLa Esports, yes, very good center position, but when multiple teams come in at the same time, can they hold this down? This time around, they've got that 4 team, so that might just be enough, and this will be everyone falling, and Real Tiger 9 will fall from that south side.
Lusail ABIAH as well on the outskirts of the west. They're going to drop through to a Galaxy Racer, completely jumping over him. But look who's jumping into the compound. K12, they were not ready to be greeted at the front door by Fate. Fate already finding even more knocks. 3, make it even 4 as they look to find a knock. Yes, they do. Asawi grabs it, and inside the smoke they find a final one. To be sure, Asawi does go down. It's a double. Can they try survive? Fate barely alive. Tiger tries to keep it going, but not going to be for much longer. There, Fate wrap it all through, and now 6 kills for the squad. Revives there as well, and on the edge of zone.
Wow, I mean, that compound, we talked about it already, you just kind of need to clump, and that is Fate actually coming in at the perfect time. They don't want to be upon blue pressure, they want to clear this out anyway, they bought themselves time, and within 30 seconds, they completed what they've started. They still need to go in slightly further, but look at this circle, look at these steps, it's been so strong, and we've seen this for basically the past few phases. This is where they fight, and that is also RICO Infinity continuing their domination.
That was a beautiful shot. Prostigo doesn't even go down. Tarzan, SUDOR, they can't even clap back. And YaLLa as well. They might just be able to defend their position, but they have to hope that other teams can find these knocks onto R8T, because if they don't, then they get the ridge line. They're able to skirt around once again onto YaLLa, and this is the problem of being in the center, being the center of attention, with Fate even coming from that weak side down towards the south. That is the danger of it, is how does YaLLa split? How do they control a team from front to back?
Wow, have YaLLa found the recipe to come back strong in this tournament? We start from 0, and right now they've got the highest amount of kills as well as points practically, and they've got the center once again. It will be about them holding off the side of Fate, because they need an entry, and that might just be the knock that they need.
Already though, Fate, they are only going to continue to push in. That knock, rightly so, could be the ending spell here for YaLLa, who the zone goes to once again, thankfully for them. Fate, they need to continue to push in, but then so do SUDOR as well as that duo on the off angle, who have only found themselves knocked again. Clever, finding themselves revived once more. I mean, Prestigo, the strength on this side to stop the duo from entering in is vital, and RAT, you might say YaLLa, who have been stepping up, RAT have been stepping up in this game too.
Wow, it's going to be pretty hard for Fate. I think the split that they're taking is fair. They just need to really bait more shots could come out, especially when the side of Prestigo can be baited to peak against Fate and will find themselves some SUDOR players, and we can see this part of the map very, very tricky to play. And the zone actually has the most, decisive power around here, and it's about timing those utilities as well. Seems like all teams have found a place to call home, but Fate just can't stay here without spurning some utility. So that could hurt them late game. I don't think they have a choice right now. But what you can do is to hide from sightlines, powerful strikes with the M4.
And powerful, finding that knock is crucial. Tarzan and SUDOR, one too many knocks, one too many times. That time barely grabs it inside the zone, immediately gets put in the dirt by Anis. So SUDOR in fourth, and now R8 team can focus all their attention immediately on to YaLLa. SK Ton, Anis fitting all on the front line as the backside heals back up, and R8T are trying to take that first initial knock, trying to fight their way through the corner. They get one onto Powerful, and that is what you require. Here is a second will drop, and YaLLa, they're falling apart, down to 2 remaining. Is now Fiden and Prestigo try to put up the rest, but with the help of SK Ton, they grab their third. Yusuf is the only one remaining. The knocks in the backside though, that is what you're looking for. That was beautiful. And YaLLa defend their position in the solo plays coming out from Yusuf. RICO, Infinity team are down, but Fate, they steal the chicken dinner.
My god, the timing of that third party was so sweet. And that was Fate Esports. Actually, they want to clear out their own side. They want to be aggressive, but they could have just waited for the zones to see whether they can play it an easier way. And that was what you would need to expect from that ridge. They lost their strongest point. They've lost their anchor spot. They've lost it from that nade. And that was the type of PUBG we want to see.
That was beautiful coming through from Fate in that late game, though. That beautiful third party Tarzan around the corner. There was nothing yet for YaLLa, but to be fair, YaLLa stepping up in that game, 11 kills, Tarzan, and that second place, striking way up in that second position so far from the first game.
Oh, very important boost, right? Like, we have felt like they've lost their way, right? And right now, that game was just extremely important. Like, we talk about how they just don't know how to play the game anymore. Like, it's almost to that aspect, but they found a good spot that is not easy to hold. In a way, it can be easily taken away, but they held it long enough. And a lot of good showing for some of these teams. A lot to talk about if we need, for example, K12 coming back and have the guts to go for some bold rotations, but it's about holding them that needs a little bit more practice. After all, they missed 15 games in the Super Weekend, and it's an open book still. It's just game one.
I mean, open book, albeit, you've got to also look when it comes to the rest of these teams of those down below. SUDOR also stepping up in that first game. They grab themselves that fourth position. But the strength and the struggle then of coming into the zone, I think, really hurt them. Those fights beforehand in that mid game was what was really put them in that trouble.
Oh, yeah. Like, these mid-game issues right now, I think it's where we can't see that might have mattered the most. We talk about maybe vehicles. We talked about maybe, wasting utilities, timing of utilities so that they can come in. And it's the match rankings that we're looking at to see how that has been shaken up from all those small things that we talked about. Galaxy Racer, yes, is not a huge game, but from a hard position to come in with at least double-digit points is important. I believe that they are satisfied, and I think this is important for SUDOR to make it to double digits as well.
I mean, it's just the fact that this step up coming through from them is absolutely massive for YaLLa. I think that now the momentum has got to be high for them, and also that mentality has got to be high for them coming through from, as we said, 14th position in the league stage, taking a mega first game. Scary though for some of these teams who haven't been able to perform from the league stage through to the finals. I mean, Twisted Minds there, 0 points off this first game, and not the team that we expected. I mean, we said they were one of the most aggressive teams coming into these finals.
Yeah, I mean, early skirmishes is really hard to say, and they've got these issues recently where they start from farm, which has great access to many parts of the map, but they do some sort of blind crash, like from time to time. They're not the same only team that does that. Like Galaxy Racer does that too, and sometimes that is the issue. Like when we come to practicing, it's not about the prediction of what compounds might be open. It's about having an important structure that leads you to a plan B if it falters and all those like important things. And it's not all or nothing, but after all, we are a very aggressive region, and we can see like even towards the end, like RICO Infinity just didn't want to wait, but that time it just didn't work out.
Fortunately, RICO Infinity team form, they don't grab that chicken dinner to cancel, of course. The first position team with FaZe Esports there. But when we look here towards Tarzan, now this second game, Miramar, I mean, yes, you've got now this first game in the bag, but as we said, consistency, that is the secret recipe for success of these teams. And we can't decide so far who is going to the top, but we hope that we can assume to see that consistency come through.
Yeah, we've got more games to find out whether they have that important element. And of course, we'll focus on some of these teams that have lost players in very tragic ways in these early games. Not even just players, we're talking about the whole squad getting wiped. And I think it's about macro plan, as always. Talking about whether they've done their research, sometimes not just about drop spot. Like from that drop spot, you can deduce quite a lot of things from this phase one, how far is it from the playing path and all that good stuff. But it's about knowing where these teams like to hold as well, so that maybe that's not a spot that you go into if you're scared of them, or it could be a spot where you start to find them slipping to get an opening knot and then claim it away. So many ways to play this game. The data and studying is a very huge part of the preparation so that we can see the demonstration of their skills. And after this just game one, I hope a lot of them have already been watching. I hope they have staff and all that to work through all these data with them so that we can see the best of game.
Hopefully, we can see that consistency come through. As we said, Miramar is next, Tarzan. And when we look towards that next match, that is going to be the exciting fight on those desert dunes. But as we kind of talk about that, as we wait to go to this break, Tarzan, I think, to be fair, we've got to also mention the strength of some of these teams coming into Miramar who performed well in the league stage on these desert dunes themselves.
Yeah, I'm Super Weekend, like it's all over the place a little bit because we've got some crazy circles, and from a very Miramar, like low amount of Miramar games in that week 2 going into week 3, we've seen these teams yet to establish something like some sort of a structure, I would say. And with the circles going like everywhere, we do have these chicken dinners going to some of these teams that we did not expect, and a lot of these teams just falling like pretty early on. So yes, we have some data when it comes to drops, but when it comes to prediction, we need to look at the playing path plus the phase 1 circle. Then we can have a better idea if there's anything that we can kind of say for sure, which I don't want to say that because I want to see some change coming through, would be Saint Martin. We're talking about YaLLa versus Twisted Mind, and one team got 0 points in that one, and YaLLa got quite a lot more. Like, to be fair, times infinity, right? Like my math teacher told me, like anything is the infinity amount of 0, and that is YaLLa coming in with a little bit of that momentum. But we know from all these previous games, and it was Twisted Mind that had a bit of an edge. So fight or no fight, if you were them.
Albeit, though, when you look towards San Martin, Twisted Minds, and actually YaLLa specifically, though, they've been a team who constantly heart dropped. And I think this is the interesting part about it, because when we looked and we asked about can they be this consistent team, this is the problem that have been coming through for YaLLa, is can they take these early fights? Because maybe it's not their skill that is a problem, but it's actually where they're dropping it's a problem. That risk of always being taken out early on.
I think it's about the plane as well, right? And you need to kind of jump in a way that gives you an out. If the phase 1 circles is extremely dreadful, we talk about, leaving the area when we do some prep work, and it's not easy to leave the area. If you just go too wide into Hacienda side, we've got teams who already love that side. If you want to go towards the west, you may go through some of the teams at any phase of your rotation. If you want to go slightly earlier, you may clash with RICO Infinity that likes Monte Nuevo. If you want to go do a little bit of tanking and go late, Galaxy Racer rotates around that time as well. So it's about drawing those charts, looking at minimap where you can and start preparing. And the hardest thing is to apply them like on the spot, like in the moment. That is the hardest thing, and that is what we want to see. Like, after all, this is the pro league, and that bit of experience is important. The execution is key.
But when also you look towards that execution, something that I think has to be said is that positioning. Because when you look at teams back towards like NASR, in that first game, Tarzan, positioning has been a problem for all of these outlying teams who don't rotate early enough and quickly enough inside of that circle. And that's something I think coming now, particularly into the second game on Miramar, we've got to really look forward to and look to improve, because positioning, as always, is the most important thing, and particularly in the most important map for it on Miramar. We will, though, be heading to a short break here, Tarzan, with you, and afterwards we'll be back with, as always, our second game on Miramar. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMPL Arabia Finals Season 2, albeit Tarzan, of course, myself, Harlan Wolf, both joining you with all of Battle Finals actions. We've had the first game, but even prettier, of course, our sponsor, No Live, PUBG Mobile, Pro League 2021 official media partner. Tarzan, as we look at the stats and we look at the breakdown of that first game, but overall, honestly, big step up, of course, from YaLLa. Big step up through from Fate and RICO Infinity. But we're honestly still got to be looking at how these teams fare up on Miramar, because it cannot be only purely that first game that we look at and overall say who is the top team, because there were teams, there were surprises, such as we said Twisted Mind, who have a lot to prove, particularly coming here onto one of their stronger maps.
Yep, I mean, this one though, the playing path being so southern, that is going to be quite hard for some of these teams. We talk about maybe Saint Martin, that plateau being very important, that central belt, it actually is quite far for some of these teams. That beyond 2,000 meters to go into Hacienda or Saint Martin, that is hard. That is a very, very far. Like, we talk about parachuting skills, but that plateau, having that elevation will actually make it hard. So some of these teams may need to congest around the furthest south part of the road just to get those vehicles, right? So this is a very tricky playing path for some of these teams. And like, after looking at quite some games, like for this map, we can see some trends coming through. I think Galaxy Racer would just drop along that main road on that west and just rotate into El Ponzo a little bit later. No surprise there. And I think it will be about this phase 1 circle that adds so much more to what is going to happen. But this is actually good news for a lot of those teams. Pretty southern phase 1 circle. It will be about how they want to rotate in, what spots do they want to take. We always talk about this more the hillside on the south, more the roadside, an open side on the north for this type of circle. And yes, let's see whether these teams can get in whilst finding themselves some early points.
Albeit that side circle saves them, but could be a danger in disguise here for these teams, Tarzan, because when you look towards all of that congestion, yes, there is some safety in the middle, but that zone being quite tricky in the sense that all of that major northern side of this zone very open compared to that south side, where yes, it is hilly, but then again, it is not taken by these teams. They're all on the outskirts inside those dangerous positions, particularly, of course, Los Leones. You might not think it being so busy so early on, but here it is.
Yeah, and I think it's actually quite interesting to see where Falcons are right now. They were that team that always go to some big cities, right? They got Yasna Poliana, they get Picardo. Picardo is a little bit trickily far this time. Not the furthest, but it does take some time, and there's too congested against some other teams that want to go to these north parts more religiously. And it's actually YaLLa Esports taking this one away. Very interesting in these change right now. And the Falcons being in Los Leones means they share it with the Game 1 winner, which is Fate Esports. So let's see whether they have that level of game knowledge, because we talk about Los Leones being very popular recently, not just for players but for circles as well. So the ability to really execute fights within the city is needed, so that map knowledge is key. Twisted Minds, very, very religious, like I said, and that is actually the term. Look at them just running their way in, and no problem there, no congestion, no contest, and it may just slow down the phase 1 a little bit, but it shouldn't be a huge issue.
Shouldn't be a huge issue, albeit apart from the fact here, Triple Lives, they've got an issue here of K12 taking over one of their players. Is unfortunately Azrael will fall out first in this game. That's 63 players, but all as well towards that positioning and towards Los Leones. You said about Falcons, actually a beautiful position when we look back towards Los Leones, because they control more so that western side of Los Leones, where teams are not only just going to want to exit out into the zone, but also the more trickier part of exiting out to Los Leones because of the decline of really cover from buildings in Los Leones towards the western side, but also the nature of how you go literally downhill into the open.
Yeah, it's like half a cliffside, right, for that part of the map. quite tricky. I think the tricky thing is knowing which pocket you want to control. Like we can see that type of circle will have teams funneling in from surroundings of Los Angeles. It's about finding one spot that you can hold. Also can have info towards where you want to rotate to next. Set up some good splits that you can support each other like through, and then farm some kills. Find some of these players, and of course, this is also a very good spot right now in Chumacera. We know we've got high grounds to its south. We've got a very good position to that northeastern side, what we call the church. Once again, though, like speaking about the church and the wolf, we're seeing this region grow, and one indicator of that is when some of these teams try to hold a very textbook strong position, and teams are not giving them anything for doing so. So they take church, for example, and they know church is probably taken, or even if they don't, they just don't even go near. Like, just don't give the church team anything. It's so textbook, it's so old school of an idea that teams know how to avoid. That type of
The fundamentals as well, right, are super important when it comes to not being so fancy, but just being productive and being smart in the way that you play, and particularly down here all the way towards El Pozo. You have to look at Triple Vibes versus Lusail here. Triple Vibes, they know that you don't have to go into this compound to really fight. They know that by being on the outskirts, yes, they are both far away from zone, but Lusail, they are not going to get outside of this compound themselves as long as they stay in this location.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, they are both out of the circle. That is the issue.
Right.
And right now, Vibes is out of the strongest parts of this town. They have not made the access to the high hills on the surrounding. We talked about, El Azhar being just right in the dip. And teams can really rotate to the outskirts without being heard. And that is a problem of this spot. So yes, they might be focusing on each other, but they never know whether there's more teams focusing on them. And right now, what's the focus anyway? Could it be rotation? So it's about these small things right now, and Toxin not wanting to risk it and just make sure that he pre-smokes first, and that will be actually Rip missing his shots from this drum right here, and that is a big no-no. But you know what? The rotation pass out of here is pretty open, and I'm not sure whether they can get out with full HP, but that is a good shout anyway. Here comes the rotation, here comes the dips, and that will be Lusail actually missing out on some sort of opportunity.
Yeah. I think that it's just down to the fact that they weren't ready to really answer that escape from Triple Vibes. They were able just to gatekeep them, take all the vehicles away from that southeastern side, and actually just continue to move into zone. Yes, they're going to tank a little bit, but it's going to be less so than Lusail when it comes to struggling really to get further into this zone. Unfortunately, the two teams who are already engulfed by that, I think the problem also being there that if you are coming far down from that northern side, coming in across those hills, coming down from Picardo, which still isn't inside that zone, into then Picardo Hills, into Picardo itself. Afterwards, where it's so open, where you're coming across that open stretch to the northern side, we said was so deadly and packed with teams, it is concerning for how these teams will continue to push into the zone.
Yeah, and right now the concern for Triple Lives would be about looting, because they'll push to that eastern side of Arsenal, which is arguably more open and with less loot. So they don't even have the loot. They are scared to rotate to the next building because it's quite open against the more main parts of El Azhar. So right now they've got rotations to make, as well as catching up to do when it comes to loot. So it's not easy right now. The good thing is they've got those vehicles, so if they've got the gas, they can still maybe rotate through that side. As you can see, they can still maybe loot past Impala, etc., but those have been looted up by SUDOR, and you can see the pacing has been slowed down very much because of that contested drop. And this time YaLLa will break away from that. Maybe it's about that's plane path being too far from Picardo. They didn't have to think about that, and there's actually going to be a center up over here. We eliminate one of the craziest annoying bits on that west side close to Ladriera. We know those roads in the dips are just extremely annoying. But the majority of Los Leones is still in whole of Trimacera as well. So we have basically the bottom left segment here, quadrant, we should say, bottom left quadrant be the more the hilly side, and the rest to be a little bit more open. So basically just 3 parts, right? The open north, we've got Los Leones in the bottom right, and the hills to the bottom left, plus Trimacera. So let's see whether Real Tiger 9 can make it better, because we know they got 4 kills in the previous games, but we've been very harsh on them for a while now, because yes, those early rotations sometimes are just lacking a little bit of purpose, should I say, a little bit of an established,
A little bit of oomph.
Yes, they have no oomph right now, and we all need some oomph.
Oh, I'm looking for it. I mean, they're Tigers. For goodness sake, you name yourself after the predator of all predators. You've got to be able to put it up there. You've got to be able to take those kills on board, and that is something we're still looking forward to in the finals. I mean, NASR Esports, so we are hunting, we are stalking, like the Tigers themselves, on the Real Tiger 9. They appear to have actually split them out. They tried to take down Ramek, they blow him up, and Batika assassinates already one. But now the position is no, and Batika has to find that support from the rest of the team.
Beautiful strategic split. You can see they actually have the funnel coming through. They make sure that Nambos only strikes when the enemies are at a certain place. Everyone's got an angle covered, and they try to keep pushing them towards some other teammates. What a beautiful split by NASR, and we don't expect anything less from them. As you can see on that kill feed as well. Vice, we talked about that loot issue. It's just phase 2, but they don't even have enough loot to keep an extra member alive. And you know what? That is a huge F. I don't know what they can grab, to be fair, from that side. That everything en route of rotation should be picked up. If there's anything, it would be into the town of Los Leones, because it's such a huge town that you should find some bandages, but that is not what we're looking for, and that is some adjustment that they may have to make against that hot drop.
It's honestly just a rookie error, to be fair, Tarzan. I mean, losing players to the Blue Zone in the PMPL finals, for goodness sake, not something that should be happening here. Never mind it only being the second game. And I think that 555's also coming in 15th position through the league stage. They've got a lot to prove, and this is not the way they want to prove it. Albeit, it is now also Lusail, who were the other team tanking in the Blue Zone early on, have now their own problems, because Salam, who is this scout for them, up against Twisted Minds, who still to get off the board themselves.
Yeah, right now it's about staying quiet and knowing how to punish some other teams right above. But this is the bowl that is just so classical, right? We talk about it, and this is actually annoying to go through. So it's about making that wide rotation and to see whether they can come in maybe back from that eastern side. If they really go straight through, it's so hard against that high ground, and ABIAH actually in the area as well. So that could be a three-way fight happening to the Picano Bowl. But it's not just that. NASR is also continuing to control that segment as well as some of these other teams having positions already. iKURD triple with a god position in a way, but when it comes to Minas del Val, it's about you going to where it says E on that small map, but you can see NASR needs to wrap this up because the rotation needs to be made. 2 kills right now, but it's going to be a little bit of a trade against SUDOR.
And look at Clever's positioning. That is crucial here for SUDOR. Clever is that frontline man when it comes to really doing all the damage to this board of SUDOR. But now at Clever, you can see Miracle on the off angle, trying their best to stop it. But Miracle is just that better off angle player. Finds the knockdown on a gain to a second, potentially. Is straight back on to NASR, though, as well. And Shmari, who also now needs to try find a little bit more inside of Warehouse, as those 2 knocks, they come back in revive, and yes, they find those beautiful positions, but because they can't make the revives themselves, SUDOR are going to only struggle as another does get knocked down. Clever is no longer there, and Shmari is only going to drop once more to Miracle. I think beautifully played there by NASR, who despite losing almost 2, were able still to use that ridgeline to be able to use a slight dip to keep themselves alive.
NASR was so good in that team fight. They know the strong spots, they set the pocket, they trade it when necessary. It's the battle of off angles. They won that twice. And then it's about, the trade and pressure. Like your teammates got knocked. You want to stop the thirst coming through. He applied pressure when he's got 20 HP. And then soon after that, that bit of pressure forced some movement of that player, allow the off angle to strikes again. Like NASR is so good in team fighting, and they are one of the best squads that we have ever produced in the region. Yes, I know they missed one super weekend, but you know, it's fights like that that shows us how good they are in getting those points. Sometimes you get points in some really lazy ways, very lucky ways, but NASR is not one of those teams. But look at this cluster of teams using to rotate through Los Leones. It's about to fight or not to fight. You will see each other for sure. But would you stop for that? And you can see Lusail also a little bit low on meds. Made for that one player, Salam, got 18 bandages, but got no time to stop right now. Just 2 shots on him and he will be gone.
But does get away, albeit so they do survive in towards 1 to 2. Had already scattered out of F1 position, so they do keep themselves alive, but they have to keep moving. This is a problem because look at where the zone has gone. It has left all of them on this eastern side, and ABIAH are feeling that pain as Triple Rise walk over them. K12 as well, jumping in. So many late rotations coming out of these teams, despite so many being inside the zone early on. Surprising as well to see K12 all 4 in one vehicle. I mean, if someone would knock them, that's a juicy 4 kills.
Wow. I mean, all they have to do is to make sure that they get every angle covered and spray whoever tries to peek them. And that is sometimes, you know, what you end up, you know, having. Like, you just couldn't find any. But they try to make sure they play loud or whatnot. The driving route was extremely important. And right now they got the info that whoever's on the other side of the hill has rotated away. Phase 4 is a little bit painful. And I'm not sure whether Lusail knows that someone could come behind them, but right now there's not a lot of ways that K12 can come in with one vehicle, right? You have to do a full push like classic mode, and it seems like this is the trigger. This is go time.
Oh, they're going to send it all 3 members in because Tiger's already knocked, so it's all they've got left. But the Blue Zone, it only continues to push them further forward, and you can see the pain has already been endured by them, but even more so by foes on the opposite end. Tumisera, Twisted Mind, already going to lose another one. KURD squad defending their position for now, and Twisted Minds crucially don't lose one themselves. Be it Kato finally does fall to Blue Zone, phase 4. So much damage. Tarzan, Twisted Minds is not the team we expected to see the second game again.
Well, you know what? It all started with them really wanting to go to Saint Martin, and then they keep chasing the zone. There's no time for them to react to something without losing HP. Like, if you enter the same area and fight against the same team, it's fine. Like, when there's HP for you to do that, and right now so much of that goes to the Blue Zone, and so that needs to be changed. And I think that's the test for the IG as well. Of course, we gave him a lot of those compliments right here. Cryptics, we had one of the biggest, you know, games for them recently, and 17 kills, I believe, second place, failing to wrap that one up on Erangel. Now onto this map, see whether they can do it against Galaxy Racer. But before that, we talked about K12 not really having the vehicles, but they do have a lot of aggression. Seems like they'll just take that one away. Lusail failed to defend what's from behind them. Wanted is the last one standing for the squad.
I mean, that is surprising, though, to be considered. I mean, also their K12 getting blown up by R8T. KURD squad going to drop, but not before also Galaxy Racer in a little bit of trouble themselves, but they're going for the kills, going for the assassination, but Lord goes for the first instead, cannot find a spray onto those that are alive, gets knocked down themselves. Freak as well coming from the outside, and in typical fashion, Galaxy Racer are trying to surround their prey. Don't have the players for it, and they're the ones on the back foot. And for Cryptics, a brilliant defense so far as El Chapo and now Marshall push themselves Galaxy Racer style. They knock Freak down, both going in separate angles, and they find Ralph as well potentially. Yes, they do. A flush once more in the top squad from League Stage out once again.
That is so sad. Like, I think it's the small things that we love to talk about all the time. It's about peeking maybe after, you know, landing a nade so that you can at least shake the enemy screen. It's those small things. Otherwise, breaching high ground is so hard. But it's also very hard for ABIAH to hold down this one. And Falcons, they are angry and they're trying to fly right now. And these skirmish edge sweeping style is what they're good at.
And ABIAH have already lost one, though. Tarzan Falcons, they are flying straight on to the final player. And unfortunately for us, it is only going to be a sweet good night. And we've got to feel in this second match, trying all their best that they can. But it's not going to happen. Falcons clean up their third kill. We do this one, though. Look at the outskirts. K12 grabbing the third party, assassinate Falcons Esports. The quickest you've ever seen a squad drop. And now YaLLa as well on north side. And now the last team remaining to make it inside alongside K12 into phase 5. Phase 5 heading up towards the northern side.
What a surprising 2 games so far. YaLLa coming in strong once again. K12 didn't make Super Weekend 3. Came in with 1 vehicle. Don't matter, we'll take your cars. And now it's NASR. We have high hopes. Look at that beautiful scout. Just to force someone to peek. Just to grab info. NASR's trying to just eliminate teams left, right, and center without needing so much pressure, without needing so much force. That is why we love this squad. It just brings us way back into League Play Week 1, Season 1. 120 points from 8 games. This is their style, and they are back.
10 kills already for them. YaLLa, though, you said they're stepping up these 2 squads who are the veterans, Tarzan, of this region, of the Arabia region itself. Finally, we get to see them both on top this time around. R8 though, the other squad here coming in from the south side, who took all of those kills from the outskirts, also may find themselves in the same problem, because when you look at that zone, you are on the edge, yes, you're under some protection, yes, but can you realistically find some way inside towards center? It is so open.
Tricky one for sure. Like, it's about knowing these small covers, right? Finding that rock, assessing what's around you, and this is the key time on the Wolf. Like, for some of these teams to think about, what if it goes there? What if it goes this side instead of that? And it really suggests how they need to start planning that forward. We're talking about smoking at the right time, not wasting utilities, as well as being proactive into fighting for an area instead of just finding the line to enter. And it comes down to the start of these teams. Of course, we are in for a treat. The aggressive squads are in town. Fate still in this one after what seems to be, another huge win for them in this first game earlier. K12 though found that edge, but's got no ground to play off, I believe.
K12, yes, they have survived for now, Tarzan, but look again, the same problem as RAT. Where do you go from the edge of that circle? And now they only find themselves knocked again by YaLLa, who have that high ground, who have the zone. But where does the zone go next? Towards YaLLa once more, towards Fate. That is a big, big strength for here YaLLa, who can maintain that position on the high ground in this next phase 5 shift over everyone, because even if you try to aggress onto YaLLa, look at what stops them. The road is there to stop them. There is no way, realistically, that YaLLa should be able to fall.
This is a little bit crazy. Like, I don't know what's going on for some of these teams. It's about, spreading out, just doing one thing at a time. And right now, I can see some of these teams are trying to challenge too many teams. Like, I'm not sure whether RICO Infinity can get out of this like easily. They need to get an opening up top, but there's actually a whole funnel that they can catch on that south side. But the high ground is maybe just too strong from YaLLa, and K12 once again actually taking a little bit of very, how should I even say that, just very blunt rotation, and they somehow not got punished.
Albeit though, they don't get punished. They maybe try to survive. Cryptics not so lucky though, Tarzan. They're going to lose 10k Marshall, barely staying alive. RAT in the backside now. If they also going to lose Ragnarok, but RAT, they are being punished, and punished more by those grenades on the outskirts, as albeit they still need to even enter into the zone. It is teams upon teams as that next phase shifts, but everyone did not want to go first, and now you end up with everyone back together. Fate trying to defend. Reef does help with the help of his team Asawi to take down one of RAT, and it's the only one really remaining because SK Tun's still outside, but where is that support? It is not there, and now Anis, albeit tries to find one, cleans up Asawi, but it's YaLLa who helped take them down, who steal the kills away from the window, albeit
There will be more to take. There will be more from that high ground, but the issue would be for them to stay on that northern edge. What's the probability that it will stay on that side? How far can they go still in the zone without needing to come through to some other people's crosshair? But you know what? Speaking of crosshair, Anas wants to take that one. And there's going to be a little bit of jumpy jump right here. 1v1 situation. Let's see who's more brute. And that will be Anas, who is better and more confident.
Crucial to clean that one up. Maybe RICO can keep themselves alive even further. It's down to maybe even less teams. Those nades piling in from YaLLa NASR. They feel that burn, they feel that pain, they feel those explosions. Hassan does stay alive. Both of them stay alive, but look at where the rest of the team are. Out on the outlying parts of this zone, but it goes towards them. Can NASR survive long enough? That is the question. They got to survive. The rain is now YaLLa. Also will lose one, but there goes the rest of NASR. They cannot keep themselves up. When they have powerful, they fall down.
This is a little bit of an F in the chat, but you know what? This is almighty YaLLa Esports. YaLLa is what they yell, and this is their time to take the chicken dinner. Where have they been all this time? They fought their way in, they got the zone, they have the split, and right now, if there's anything that Anas can do, it will be getting maybe 1 or 2 kill points for their squad. But you know what? We've seen him do crazy things before. It would be a huge mistake if YaLLa allows this. They know it. It's 5 players alive and 4 is of themselves.
They're going round for the kill, and Yusuf, it goes in a 1v1. Anas, they do take that first kill point. They try to fire back, but they miss. Anas grabs potentially that extra kill, tries to go for the second, but maybe should have turned back and grabbed the point. More importantly, because is there a way inside this zone? No, Tarzan. I think that Anas, they grab themselves the second place, and they should be proud of it. But albeit now, YaLLa, they want this push. They will not wait for him to be flushed out by phase 7. Tries to go in for the shots. They find it. They're going to push him into the line of powerful, and it's down low. D7, maybe the surprise is there. They do find it, and no kill point goes over to R18. Instead, YaLLa, they clean up the fight, and I think, yes, a mistake there from that extra point, albeit. But YaLLa, who now 2 games in a row, Tarzan, a second place, high kills, a first place chicken dinner, high kills once again. This is a team that we did not expect to be on top, but they are.
Well, we should have expected them to be there, to be for seasons and weeks now, but they didn't give us the hope, didn't give us a reason until maybe now. And of course, that end game was still a little bit sloppy, but after all, they took the break and that they needed, and that is a huge one. After all, we started from 0, and no one's been as strong as them so far in these finals.
Albeit, though, they do have contention, because when you look at those overall match rankings, stars, and actually it has been consistent for those other teams on the top, both RICO Infinity Team and also Fate, who again have found themselves at the top of those leaderboards already. And I think if it, for the second time in a row, had done so once again. And the problem here now is YaLLa, they need to stay consistent, and they need to be able to go now on to Sanhok next to keep that consistency to run away with the games. Unfortunately, there, as you can see in the 16th position, yes, there are some shockers, but I think no bigger than the shocker there once again for Galaxy Racer, who fell down in 9th position. Only 2 points this game, and twist in mind, again, only 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some, once again, it's more the macro type of issues so far, right? And, for example, Triple Vibes going to Al Azhar, you have to contest some key buildings. Otherwise, you are just forced to run away. And there's no risk-free rotation away from that city anyway. And just a bit too slow, but it's just having themselves stuck. It all started with not contesting key structures within the building, but we talk about maybe going too far from the playing path as well and slowing down rotations. Twisted Mind would be one of that. YaLLa actually, with the bold adjustment into Picardo, got them this chicken dinner. I think it's all about the work that they've done in the past 2 days, and we are seeing some change coming through.
As well, though, NASR, I think a massive game from them. Yes, NASR, they've always looked strong when it comes to Miramar, particularly, but here on this second game only, they have showed that yes, they only made those 2 chicken dinners. But in that third week, particularly, you look back to the 171 second place overall Super Weekend in week 3, and now actually their rise, their momentum as well, riding that wave from the league stage.
Yep, and I mean, we don't expect teams to go back down after they've got a good run. Of course, like mathematically, it's all possible. Things can happen within the team. It's about us wanting them to stay right there, because we talk about consistency all the time. Is one of the most important things like in this game. You got to find some ways to get points somehow, right? Like the game is so huge when it comes to spectrum of skills and knowledge that is actually possible. But of course, road to MVP for this game, it will be none other than 2 from YaLLa Esports, and of course NASR playing a very strong and dominating mid game, to say the least. Miracle joins the top 3 as well.
Miracle, no surprise there. NASR grabbing sales 5 kills for Miracle. That's well time up as well towards the late game. Did their best, but that's all they can do when it comes to being nailed down by YaLLa from afar. It's now YaLLa who overall on the top of the leaderboard, 55 points, making already a 20-point lead for them in just 2 games alone. RICO and Philly team and Fate, as we said, also looking strong, 2nd and 3rd position. But a big second matchup also from KURD 12, striking themselves into 4th position with that game.
Yeah, I think the very interesting thing here to talk about would be about the mentality of teams due to this type of map rotation, right? If they have 3 good games in a row, and if it's the first 3 right now, if YaLLa takes another one, they literally dominated all the 3 maps. And then that is actually extremely terrifying for some other teams. It's like, oh, last time Erangel, oh, they kill us, and the next map they kill us again. And now in the final like map out of the 3, they are still doing strong. Like, it's about how you interpret these type of data that can like really stumble you if you can't find the right narration. And right now it will be for teams like Lusail, Twisted Minds, and Triple Vibes to find a way back.
Albeit though, Tarzan, it's YaLLa who are the biggest question mark of all on maps when it comes to Sanhok. And excited to see how they fare, because it has been a bloodbath every time with them. And if they can take those points, they make themselves that massive lead. And of course, that mentality, very, very scary coming into the second half of the night. Albeit though, we're going to head to a break and we'll see what YaLLa and also the rest of these 15 squads can do in the short one. Welcome back, everyone, once again to the PMPL Arabia Finals full season. Myself, Harold Wolf, and also First Tarzan here with you. Seen 2 games so far, but even spicier is our sponsor, of course, none other than Nemo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. Tarzan, going through though into now Sanhok, super duper exciting because we've already seen YaLLa take 2 mega games so far. Can they take now a hat-trick?
Could be. We are looking at boot camp. I know that is so important. Playing path, very nice. From Kampong to Hartin, teams can go anywhere they want. So highly rely on those data, I would say, and research. But you know what? We've seen YaLLa done something different before as well, and they have been just going to boot camp actually. So it will be Twisted Mind that will say there's no point. There's absolutely no point to fight again, and they have gone for something else. But interestingly, a huge split coming through. Kato and DeMille, one close to Barn, one close to Cam Bravo, and 2 rotating pass on the top of Paradise Resort. So that is very interesting. I hope they don't get sprayed down, because they are still actually in danger range to be sprayed down. Now they have control on that northern side. So the answer is no, they don't fight, and I do respect that.
But what I'm also super concerned about is the predictable drop spot of RT9, who have gone all over when it comes to dropping of both mainland, South Island to the west, and Northwest Island as well. Can they get punished for being so split? Not as much as already, unfortunately. Their triple vibes. Feeling already the pain, unfortunately. I say actually iKURD triple, not triple vibes. They will survive for now. NASR are going to be the perpetrator of that first kill nevertheless. But heading back towards RC9, Tarzan, and the fact that yes, they are split, they could be picked off. But even if they aren't picked off, everyone knows that they are on that bootcamp hill.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen them take it absolutely every single game. Like, maybe not completely, but we're talking about at least 80 to 90% of the games, and they've been punished before, like, and they are still going back. The way of them getting punished was actually the one of the most entertaining Sanhok game I've watched, right? We've got Twisted Minds being the other bootcamp team, trying to wait for them right there. Then, so Twisted Mind killed RTG because they take bootcamp hill. Absolutely, like, just in. It's almost like they're programmed to go there, and they don't know how to not go there. And then Twisted Mind killed them. YaLLa comes in with the same plan basically as Twisted Mind. Then killed Twisted Mind. Then we've got SUDOR wanting to join that party, rotating through that as well, and then killed. Like, 3 squads were killed in the same position, and that was, to be fair, one of the best Sanhok game that I've watched in this tournament. And but this time, we want a different type of excitement. We want, new positions. We want early hunts. Of course, we've seen NASR already caught some of these other players off guard. iKURD triple. Actually, just not having a good day so far.
iKURD triple, yes, they have struggled, but I think it's just the fact that NASR wanted these early hunts, Tarzan. They've been the team for that, and I think that has been something that is risky. Yes, you try to go around, you may catch your attention to more teams than you wish on the early game when you don't have as much loot because you've been searching for those kills. But NASR, albeit they've been able to pull that off so far, at least particularly in that second game, the first game as well, going somewhat decently for them too. Now, on to Sanhok, though, taking that first kill already. Interesting to see if they pull out the same strategy, because if you talk about these predictable teams who we know where they are going to go by now, we've seen 3 weeks, for goodness sake of it. But now, can the NASR punish that? Are they going to be that aggressive team that we just saw the previous match?
Yeah. And suddenly I just want to bring in some science here, right? When you talk about them doing something for like 3 weeks now, together with this one, this week of finals, you've done something almost repeatedly for a month. That's a 12th of the year. That's a very long time. And like, when we look at certain behavioral and habitual like science, I would say 60 days is where you can actually make something your habit if you just keep doing it. And sometimes it's not about either wanting to develop these habits right now, is whether they are too stuck with some that if something doesn't work, yes, exactly, and then they would just keep getting punished like similarly, because they can't help to do something as if they are programmed to do it. I know they have, you know, freedom to not do it, right? But if they're so reliant on something, and suddenly everything else would feel so alien to them, and that could be an issue.
Albeit, though, ABIAH also stepping up towards that high ground, as you have seen them do previously. Once again, that habit coming into play, overlooking, of course, none other than RT9, who have come together. But a shift that I think is much welcome here from Real Tiger 9, because honestly, to see them take Bootcamp Hill, the most fundamental issue, never mind getting caught out by the teams, is that there is no loot. Bootcamp Hill is an informational spot in Sanhok. It is not for looting early on, and this is something that I like to see changed.
Yeah, and of course they do come in from different angles, and if they know how to take that spot well and know when to strike, then the loot can kind of come to them upon them killing other enemies. Right now, not quite the case yet. I think every team just knows they play that anyway, and not sure about the other broadcast, but of course in the English one we do like talk about that quite a lot, and yeah, like it's not something that they can repeatedly do and just expect people fall into that trap like again and again. ABIAH, though, like we talked about this team actually just making it into these finals, heavily relying on that super weekend 3, and yeah, like they missed one already, and right now we're starting from 0, and so far they have yet to find any glamour.
It's a shame, to be honest, Tarzan, because when I looked at them on those first 2 days of the first week, they looked like they were one of those teams that were really stepping up, had these big games, were taking out the top squads, but they just haven't found that surprise factor that we had in the first 2 days. And it's honestly, as I say, a shame that they haven't had this consistency, which is what we're looking for. And even when they made it into the super weekends, the lack of points that they've been grabbing, even so much to the point that I think they were fortunate enough that teams like Rad, who were eliminated, didn't perform so well in that third week, because had they performed better, then we could have actually seen ABIAH be eliminated as a result. And it's something that ABIAH still need to continue to clean up and not rely on this surprise factor, because it is no longer there. As we said, 3 weeks now into the fourth week of the tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that they can't rely on. Like if there's anything, if you need to pick and choose from like before, you know, it's those good games that you've learned where your strengths are, reinforce them again and again, and just focusing on, like I always say, like we always love to say, what is the digestible amount of info right now that can help the team implement? Sometimes it's just so hard, but this is actually a very, very interesting trap right here. SUDOR Esports, I'm not sure whether Ragnarok will get that one. It could be just a trap all along, or it can just be, you know, a response to getting some sightlines upon SUDOR. And is that a nade that he's trying to cook? I mean, shots been fired. Okay, so that really just spoiled a few things already. But what it can allow Fate to do is for Arif to shoot those open fire, and then Clever and the rest of the squad to be overly aggressive. This could be the like very, very good bait, right? Like, you get someone to peek far, and then you have one closer to catch all this funnel. It might have been the big play, big brain play. It's almost to a point that just get knocked so that they will push. Could that be the case? I don't know, but this is the response that we want to see.
But Ragnarok, they pull it off, but they grab themselves the kills. And unfortunately now for SUDOR, they're going to lose Alshmari as well. Yes, they tried to find that knock, but keep in mind, but as well, Ragnarok, they need to move back. They need to find the rest of these revives, because the rest of his team is sorry. Leif, they are not there for the support. So no, only now coming towards them as that third player to frontline onto SUDOR. The zone, those second shades into now the south eastern part of Sanhok. Very intriguing here, because of the fact that Quarry in that entrance for so many of these teams, but even more so the likes of Kampong, Docs, also going to be a consideration point for all of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to more bottom right to where people are used to. Like, some of these palm positions are actually too far. We've got a few main rows to separate, but I'll just hold that thought. Like, Triple Vibes need to make something work, and right now, 1 kill on board against the Falcons, actually, and this will be a bit far from the circle, 900 meters without vehicles. in Sanhok, that is pretty crazy, and it's about high ground upon high ground, battles off the off angle maybe, and that's a nice trade.
But the problem is when you decimate each other so far to the point that you've only got one player alive, Tarzan, yes, you may win out the fight, whoever does end up taking victory, but both of them inevitably likely to fall in the future of this game because of how badly they have been wounded. I mean, one shot, they only have one first aid kit remaining. Yes, it's phase 2, but you're in also that fight which punishes you so much, especially when you take those grenades to the face. Barely dodging out one. Molly will only confirm the rest of the kills. Falcon, they do strike those 4 in total, but as we said, 2 players alive, continue to take damage. Last still needs revived, and they're 1,000 meters from safety.
Yeah, and they've taken out some of each other's cars as well, so that is a bit of a problem. But if they rotate in a bit late, so we'd assume that they may have some loot as well. But on this other side, we talk about the Wrath of Twisted Mind adjustment making through this map, and now they face a top team. They want to join this segment. That is RICO Infinity no longer having the free entry from this northern side from Paradise Resort. They will be out, and Twisted Mind takes 5.
Is all the beautiful plays coming through the split on the long range. They had the high ground. RICO Infinity team who was split coming into that fight, Tarzan. They didn't have the aggression with the amount of players it was required to make the push onto Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds, albeit they are now also going to have those points on the board. Crucial here in this third game. 5 kills already for the momentum, for the mentality of this team.
Is so strong. I feel like when we see them make an adjustment through and not go to boot camp and intentionally keep a 2-1-1 split with the 2 hovering over Paradise to make sure to grab info around it, that might be vital. It might be what they've been building for 10 minutes to allow them to get that fight going. And these are the many things that you can do behind the scene, and it takes an immense amount of knowledge, an immense amount of courage, prep work, and testing for some of these things to work. And that is actually RICO Infinity out. They have been the top performing team for this map, and they can't go past 15th place.
It's a massive shock, to be fair, as well, considering a RICO Infinity team. They're currently second when it comes to that scoreboard, but not going to be for much longer after this match, Tarzan. And I think this is also a big chance now for the likes of Fate, for KURD, who are just below RICO Infinity's team, to try surpass them, try to find that lead, because, of course, all of them fairly behind. Also, YaLLa, who, when you look towards YaLLa, still alive around that quarry side, but question marks on them, where there's so will go towards them, is thankful and a breath of relief, because had that gone towards Kampong, YaLLa could have had a really tricky time to get across that open expanse.
I think this thing here, right, like it should be the home for quarry teams, Charlie teams, and cave teams, like even dock teams. These teams are so used to rotating past this segment that they need to know how to make cave work. And of course, teams are at the pro level, right? This is the pro league. We want to see the highest level of map knowledge or whatnot, but after all, this is still a little bit new to some of these. We don't have a lot of endings here. In cave, it can be extremely strong. Lusail lost 1 player and need to keep moving, and Real Tiger 9 is now in here with high ground, but playing loud split. That could allow them to get slowly taken out from multiple sides. Just suspicion, not quite the case yet, and KURD squad got some grounds, and these are some of the most typical spots around quarry. It's so likely that they need to move south, but they want to play loud first. A nice knock upon NASR.
Beautiful knock, but can you confirm the kill? Doesn't look to be the case. A miracle, we just get revived back again in KURD squad. They've lost that eye of surprise. Yes, they also have Batika down, so maybe we can try to find a little bit more of a push. It can maybe can find at least 1 kill coming through from that first fire down upon NASR. But again, the problem is how KURD squad move around the rest of these teams coming into them, because Quarry, it moved again towards that north center of zone, and a lot of these teams, they're going to be eyeing up that location when it comes to heading down the hills in towards them.
Yeah, it's very tricky. It's like you're so much baited into getting these kills in these palm positions, but if you've been playing so loud, the amount of snakes that can crawl to your surroundings is actually unpredictable, and it can be extremely high. And that is the problem right now. NASR gets punished somewhat and still challenging shots a little bit. Like, to be fair, they have a good compound to start looking down south if it goes that way. And you can see that is a good split coming through to make sure they got the trade. Phase 3 is now closing, so it will be many of these teams to find a place to call home. A lot of them have found one already. So it's about setting up, knowing where it may shift, and have a plan established already.
It's a snake factor. Hassan, who came so long over ill, I was even questioning, is Hassan even going to be inside the fight? Is the rest of his team dropped? Well, that crucial knock keeps their third player alive. And again, the fact of his zone continuing to shift further forward when it looks towards the likes of Cave and obviously K12 in the center on that coming next phase. How do they then adapt? Because again, if you are on that south side, it's going to be difficult to maneuver towards the north in that sense of making that scout, making that information across that road, up into the hill of Corby.
Wow, and look at the shift from Galaxy Racer as well. Complete control of that southern side. Not a lot of teams would play that type of split because they know that Hamodi and Free can play so loud that K12 or that Eastern teams can get funneled or even get, scared and pushed into the water. They've got someone on the other side of the water to make sure everyone's killed. It's not just that, it's control towards the western side as well. They get the circle. Many teams need to come towards the cave side, and that is trouble. Like, that is trouble for a lot of them, especially if they don't have the vehicles. And be it with the vehicle, those landscapes are extremely punishing.
Falcons as well, punished by the gatekeep away into the blue zone. Phase 4 now, Tarzan. And we've seen this previously in the last match of teams getting caught outside in the blue. It might just happen once again. K12, though, are going to drop to Galaxy Racer. You mentioned their strong position as it will confirm the kill onto Reva. And yes, K12 trying to push into zone, but you can't be that aggressive. You need to be more careful and understanding, appreciative of the fact that teams are around Cave in this situation. That zone makes Cave that hotspot.
Yeah, it's actually, there's just two ways to play something, right? Like, one, you kind of tank and enter at a different time. If you want to go now, you thread the needle. Two, you need to fight for an opening. If it's a strong spot and you just crash straight in, that is just kind of not the way that you want to do it, right? Like, you need to be prepared to do some of those jobs. And of course, going through Corey is about your neutral fights. And that is Twisted Mind using that momentum from early on to be the kings of Corey. Only issue would be to have been playing so loud, and there's still more to come through. There could be a snake inside these tips, and there could be someone waiting on the outside. Vote running for his dear life, being the last one standing. There is still a chance to survive this. I feel like there's enough cover, like from the split, boxes or whatnot, and it can still find a very smart timing to come in to grab some points for the team.
I think it's more luck that he does grab himself away, though, into some form of safety and protection, because Twisted Minds, they're coming around the backside. Yes, they're also in Quarry, but the problem being the KURD squad, they were so loud. You talked about that sound, Tarzan, previously against NASR. Twisted Minds knew, YaLLa knew that they were in this location, so going into Quarry, this is what is their downfall, and you've got to imagine, unless some miracle play comes out, no, Volt only going to be knocked down. Dammy will find it, and there goes the entire squad.
I mean, the thought is there. I've been thinking whether there's a better way to execute it, different time to nade it, to cock it. I don't know. Like, it's very hard to figure out, but
don't go through Quarry.
Yes, don't go through Quarry, maybe, but you know what? Cave is also scary, and sometimes I wonder, right? Like, when it's so heated, that fight, the plan B could be to just jump in, and that could be something new, right? Like, you come back out on the other side of the tunnel, which is a very different type of fight. It's like there's only two types of land in this game to practically do that. We've got shelters, we've got cave, and right now we've got also Cryptics crashing into the key compound of this circle, and oh my, this is a hard one. And we're down to 13 teams, 35 players, and Twisted Mind finally gets punished from that spot.
Oh, it's not going to be 35 much longer. 34 already and make it even less. Twisted Mind's going to get dropped from multiple angles coming inside of the zone and not even there quite yet. YaLLa on the north side as well, going to feel that pain surely, but not for ABIAH. We will lose one as well. And ABIAH, who has spent so long on this northern side, still to make it in, but where do they go, Tarzan? Because phase 5, it shifts away slightly again from cave. Of course, yes, some parts of cave inside, but mainly all of these roads makes it so difficult to find a position and stay there.
Yeah, and right now it's also about always thinking of what's still in the blue, right?
Oh.
Because it's been such a tricky circle, and YaLLa, Yusuf, I don't. Oh, but that is a beautiful one, and Yusuf is just slowly crawling in. There's more for them to do, and this is the reset still possible. The zone is not too far.
The zone is further away from them. You got to cross the road. You got to cross double moats of that open expanse, and Cryptics, they're all there to punish every single one of these players. That's why you see Damage. That's why you see Powerful. These solo players just trying to heal because there is no real hope, Tarzan, of getting inside the cave at this point, inside phase 6, as it only closes once more. And you gotta believe ABIAH, they have to try to do that same strategy.
You know what? Sometimes the work's been done already. Look at Twisted with 10 kills right now. But right now, it's also about the cave. The layers of the landscape is about who can really be aggressive. Do you fight what's in front of you, but you can also fight who's across. And that will be the circle continue to go over to this side, which allows this type of landscape to continue. But here comes the fight. Galaxy Racer with the return knock.
And Galaxy Racer, they're destroying with 5 kills this time around. This is the aggressive team we wanted to see in KURD Triple Esports. They have been broken into that back into a million pieces by them. Freak jumps on the other side, but now Freak gets punished straight on back, and inside the back shots of them goes 2 down. And KURD Triple Esports, yes, they've been shattered in 2, but they will not go quietly into the third game. Night is now, they finally drop, but they have put in the work. Lusail as well going to fall as well, as we're down to just 5 teams.
Man, that is also just that cliffside, just enough to protect. I don't know whether they can get the proper reset, though. They for sure need to come down, and we talk about playing loud and his prize, and that is them looking over so many teams, but it's a cluster fight. Just compound as well onto Cryptics. We talked about that huge game they had on Erangel, maybe in Super Weekend 3, but this is one compound to do it all again.
I mean, Kato, he's on his own. Tarzan, he puts a grenade in. Can he find it? He's on the edge of blue. Tries to move further forward. Twisted Minds, who are on 10 kills already, only trying to find more, will get slapped down by Senke. And Cryptics, who have been quiet for so long, finally get a few kills in their pocket, but they might just take the game, to be honest with you, Tarzan, because they have a beauty of a position when that phase 7 jumps right on board with them once more. The next phase shift gonna force Galaxy Racer even further forward, but Galaxy Racer, they have nothing left apart from one player against the full force of Cryptics, and this is as far as they're gonna go.
And I mean, that is also safe in here. SUDOR Esports actually got those points through. And once again, it's down to these type of effort, right? Like, I mean, we can't fault them for that. They got those points, but we, for once to see the full team in that ending and maybe even getting a chicken dinner, but it was Cryptics, the Moroccan squad strikes. And man, they haven't had much huge games, but is the decisiveness into rotating into these compounds that worked out. We didn't see whether it was a high risk, high reward situation. We've seen a lot of high risk being taken in this tournament so far by these teams, but the holding of as the last compound in the circle is always tricky. It's very easy to peek too much, peek too long, and not have all the sides taken care of. So that is an important boost for that team for sure.
I mean, albeit though, it was fair enough to the sense that they got given the zones. So actually, Tarzan, I think that Cryptics, they clearly should have won that game. You could see it coming in from Cage. They did not make a sound. They were quiet. They did not take those fights, so that they knew they had the player advantage to those broken teams who took those skirmishes beforehand. Heading through, though, to those match results, and that third game, Cryptics, of course, scoring us 22 points. Galaxy Racer, much needed points, alongside Twisted Minds, who we had been criticizing for the first 2 games. They step up.
Yeah, I think it's very important to say that Galaxy Racer they don't lose shape in a way, right? They can have 2-3 tough games. They'll come back as if it doesn't happen. We don't see a lot of teams like that. That is the experience. That is just the sheer confidence of the team and just raw ability. Unless it sends them to the crazy disagreement, I don't think the team will have issues coming back. They're just so well, wired that they will still come out ahead most of the time. And yes, they didn't win the game, but 19 points, they are coming back for sure. And we'll look at that second page as well. RICO Infinity, we talked about that interesting dynamics around that pocket of area and what Twisted Mind tried to do. And YaLLa Esports, on the other hand, now you don't need to find someone through boot camp. It's still not easy. After all, punishing as it is, that is Sanhok by its nature.
And unfortunately, with YaLLa and also RICO Infinity's team falling short in this third game, it levels the playing field for all of these teams, Tarzan, coming into this fourth match back on Erangel later, because they haven't had that consistency. They haven't continued to strike that lead, but albeit road to MVP, no surprise to see those aggressive teams who wanted to see Kato and for the rest of Galaxy Racer, Lord and Hamodi jumping into those top 3 spots. But albeit, though, you cannot take away that win coming through from Cryptics, who Cryptics as well needed that boost on points. Again, as we said, making now the second half of today very exciting indeed, because there was not a team, there was not a single, even 2 teams, you could argue, who are remotely running away with anything.
Yeah. And I think it's important to say how, YaLLa Esports didn't get many points that game. Kind of touched on that already. It's about how they can come back to these 2 maps that they did very well on to continue, because it's a little bit of euphoria that they didn't get to feel at all in this tournament, I would say. There's nothing like how everything's cleared, there's no past history no more. You start from 0 and we are now having a 15-point lead after halfway of the first day, and we've only got 3 days. How are they making use of that, and whether that is an actual predictor that they can go far? To be fair, for that school of thought, or should I say that theory to work, we need to maybe apply Galaxy Racer in the same situation. We would feel like they are just unstoppable. This is the start. This is exactly what we expect from them, and there's no stopping it. That is the type of squad that we're looking for. Can YaLLa be that squad? I actually don't know yet. And second page, of course, a lot of concerning issues right here.
Concerning in the sense that, yes, Twisted Minds had a nice game, but Tarzan has still got a long way to climb. And I mean, you look towards some of those other teams who were up top, like KURD Squad, like iKURD Triple Esports, who we expected to be performing strong, who made that 5th, 6th position in the league stage. Unfortunately, they could not find that success when it came to honestly coming through to the finals so far. And now we said, the second half of the day is up to them to make sure that they can step back up. We'll see you guys there.
new Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
فهذا الشيء اللي بيعطيك انت الحماس انه طيب ماشي هي الدراسه المبدئيه بالنسبه لنا.
Welcome everyone back, of course, PMPL Finals Arabia's full season. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Fetz along with you. We're halfway through the first day, but also a nod to our sponsor, Taz, and the amazing Oppo Reno 06 series. Upgraded performance, upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 06 series, the official smartphone, or the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. Tarzan, we have seen what has been a real shake-up of the leaderboard, though, on Sanhok. And actually, well, Twisted Minds, Galaxy Racer, Cryptics upsetting the norm of YaLLa, who had been dominating so far on the first two games. But guess where we're back now? Erangel to Miramar. YaLLa, we've got to see if they can take up that mantle once again.
Yes, and we want to see the adjustments, right? To see whether they stick. Because we see, like, Real Tiger 9, to start off with, when Primos was too far, they went for the other far corner anyway, and just didn't quite work out when you know that northern side has RICO Infinity. Yes, they are Savoni team, but they are not all inside Savoni. They've got the established split since forever, right? So to lose someone there is a bit sad. Like, if there's anything you want early kill, fine. Drop 3 in the same compound, and that would be the plan, right? Then you take that 1 kill, continue to rotate. But why do we take a 1v1? There's a lot of risk. So it's not just multiple teams could come in with a bit of adjustments as well. And of course, that playing path will suggest a lot of that. And I think after all, for me personally, I want to see the best shape, from all of these teams, from different time of this game, different phases, so we at least know that they can pull something off that's to their true nature and true color.
We jump back through onto the fourth game. Tarzan, exciting as we said. Can YaLLa keep that up? That is the question, because it is very even. I think now is a beautiful time for teams. They want to step up, they have to. And I think as well, when we mentioned before the break, Tarzan, the fact of KURD squad, the likes of iKURD, Triple here also stepping up. And now from that league stage, can they step up once again in the finals? Because they haven't been able to do so far, which is what has been a surprise to us so far.
Well, to be fair, it's a little bit unfortunate, to say the least. They enter in a slightly least predictable time, but Cryptics were just ready to punish whoever team rotate past Rozok with no caution. And second round right now, Anas is floating a little bit to see whether they will contest. The answer is no, to be fair, when the playing path goes from between Zagi and Savoni all the way to Novo. So it's similar, but different enough for RT9 to not need to float so far, and Anas can just drop straight down to that split compound. So that will not answer our question as to whether they've learned the lesson after all. But for the rest of the map, though, Island Wolf, can look pretty similar.
I think that, of course, you expect, no doubt, the Lusail, they're going to drop down towards Zovnovka. And also, to an extent, there are teams also who would like to go forward, the likes of K12 towards Ferrypier, blocking off again that western bridge. SUDOR going to go back over to Novo. So seeing something very similar once more. But what we do see once again, kind of similar once more as well, is that zone, Tarzan, phase 1, going towards the eastern side. And I actually like that we get to see this similar zone, because it means that teams can start to learn, or have they learned from their mistakes in that first game that they may have made.
Yeah, and this total circle, to be fair, is very good for teams like RICO Infinity Team. Like, they had the misstep the game earlier, but this time round, this is the type of circle that they can work their way, work the ridges in. Like, they know how to go past these bridges. They take the fight when there is still a chance for them to reset if it goes south, and that's a lot of ability, like in that type of style, being able to be executed. And right here, iKURD Triple, we've seen them again and again now, in a way that they have teams very close around to get cars. I mean, that is the issue with the Sunken City or Watertown split. And you know what, but to test your luck like this, a little bit different. I know the Revolver 1897 has been buffed, but to find someone like this is just yeah, it's near impossible. And yeah, that is their early attempt. They got some shots in before that anyway. It's more important to have themselves geared up, because it can be a pretty busy edge on that west side on this eastern shift.
Well, that's the problem that we saw so many teams run into in that first game, Tarzan, was how you got across that western entrance of the zone, because that's where teams did begin to fall, and fall quite quickly they did in that first match. And as we said, learning from your mistakes is something that needs to be shown by those teams, and by teams who, like KURD Squad as well, have failed really to make impressive rotations, we could say, in these first 3 games, because particularly when you look towards Sanhok, entering into that quarry, entering into the death zone that is the inside of that quarry, when you have been playing so loud before, it almost feels like basic errors, where if you added the 2 together, you would realize it does not make a victory.
Yeah, and I actually love this game being as the second game for Erangel, because it being highly similar to game 1 means that team can once again, like, say, I'm quite certain of what the data like teaches about these other enemy teams, right? Drop spot, I think, is pretty established now. It's about what compounds these teams like to go for, as well as the exact time they tend to leave certain parts of that map, what time they tend to enter or cross particular other pockets in Erangel. And I think that is the most important bit right here, because when you know that info, you can always just more predict better, I would say. And it's one of the most overlooked skill, I say, when it comes to preparation. Like, you need to know that for a certain type of playing path for a particular team, upon a certain shift, 7 out of 11 times, or maybe, they will go past this segment or this road at maybe 10:12 to 10:50. This is the window that they go past here. Would we bet that they would, and would we kill them? Like, set up something so that we kill them here. Like, can these teams generate this level of info and analysis is my question. And sometimes it's also a point to the teams who are trying to make it to this level. I know even in PMCO, there are teams that are extremely lazy, like doing that. They would just say, before the game, I warm up a little bit in TDMs, and I would just look at the previous stream and see what are the teams that are close to us. Like, to my level of understanding, that is just not enough. It's something that can be fixed just by sheer willpower and structure.
Well, research in pre-game knowledge, Tarzan, makes up about what you could argue really is 85% of the game itself. When it comes to the game inside of these matches, is only really going to be about 20% of the work that you have to do. Because if you can outwit your opponents by knowing exactly how they play, and we have seen it done in the past, it leads to that ultimate success. You don't have to be the best team fighting team if you have the best knowledge beforehand.
Exactly right, and you can see some teams really just very vulnerable to some of these like traps because everyone's sometimes too reliant on data. You need to, no matter what you want to pull off, you need to know that's just a probability, right? Like you need to be also, be aware of what is happening on the parts of the map that you now have no info, right? For example, I'll give everyone a good example. Like we are a farm team. We like going to the north part of farm to control plateau. We don't want to do that too many times because we've now read that one team always go through this western bridge around this time. So we take literally 1.5 minutes to drive down there, set up all that, and then we'll come up to farm. Well, farm won't be empty anymore, although in the past it's always kind of empty around that time. You cannot just rely on what you don't know, right? Like you can only play what's in front of you. Although it sounds extremely simple, people are like, you're just Mr. Obvious now. But you can see under pressure, some of these teams have all these basics like just leave their brains. Like they play like it's so given to them that they are so wired to one type of outcome that they don't have a response to their situation. It's like Real Tiger 9 going to Bootcamp Hill and not expecting people to come, and when people come they panic and they just all die within like 15 seconds. Like that is why we talk about these things that seem obvious, because God forbid in this huge freaking world we are always just trying to do better of what we already know.
I mean, you can't leave yourself an autopilot, that is for certain, because we've seen even in the first moments of this game, the first game itself, Anis, who struck that first kill, we looked to see if RT9 would fall again, that first player, and it's plays like that that really also hit the mentality of these teams and of these players themselves heading forward into the rest of the game, into the rest of the day, because if you can't find your footing into the mid game, you can't find just that niche that you grab yourself a little bit of position inside the zone, inside around other players, then it really does affect you game after game with struggling for that.
Absolutely. And right now, it's a repeat, like all the time. Lusail through this side, K12 decide to not do anything about it. I'm not saying I have a problem with that, but if you are not doing that, then you need to be more committed to getting into position, right? And right now, Pachinki, with a lot of resources, Galaxy Racer goes there, always looting up, and they are 1,000 meters ahead of you. When we compare scout to scout, Tiger is extremely slow. But when it comes to this type of compound, like there's not really a lot that you need to loot. Like when you have split loot, put everything else on a particular part of that road, always just share loot around that part. Here's your nades, here are your meds, and just go, right? And how are they so slow around there? And now they're stuck between two types of styles when teams can kind of out-rotate them. You know what? I'm speaking, I've been too harsh on them in a way, but there is a reason why they have not made it to the third super weekend with a huge proportion of their points going towards placement and not kills.
I mean, when you look at their overall position on leaderboard, right? Yes, they are in 8th position. They've got 25 points, but a lot of those points came from the one game that was good to them previously, and the rest of the other 2,000, it has not been pretty at all. And I think, yes, they are trying to adapt slowly. You can see this adaptation and not trying to stay in the compound, take down Lusail. But as you rightly say, they're slow to the uptake. So they're actually fortunate in the sense that a lot of these other teams who are coming in from the western side were also relatively slow this time around. Because had we seen this same exact situation on game one with other teams coming in from the western side, you would have seen a world where actually K12 would have been caught by the likes of YaLLa instead, for example. But now, albeit, they still have a little bit of a problem because Galaxy Racer, they control the wall of Milta. And as you can see, they're struggling to find an entrance in.
Yep, I mean, a lot of power positions already taken. Twisted managed to take the western side of Milta is actually very interesting because that's Fate Esports' home in a way. But right now they want to just enter farm, and similarly, it should be quite strong, and that is actually just because SUDOR got too aggressive off a split, and is actually important that Clever just came back and say, no, I can't stay here. You guys cannot trade for me, even if I try to bait. Like, there's no way out. And we've seen this the second time today right now, for players to know that it's time to leave. Like, they know exactly, okay, I can't stay here. Like, that quick thinking and decisive move is important, also to do it in a way that doesn't give away more info, aka on foot, in those situations. We're actually quite clever.
Twisted Minds as well are going to punish one of those SUDOR players, so that split might not even work out coming back together, because they were split enough to the point where it can be tricky as these third parties come in around them to really try control also K12, because yes, they're fine for now, but as we enter into phase 3, you're inevitably getting to this point, Tarzan, where you're clustered down towards the south end, and if it goes up towards this northern side, towards Lipovka, towards Falcons, and towards prison itself, that's when it gets scary, and you're hedging your bets and a coin flip of this zone heading towards the south side.
Yeah, and we are just waiting for this shift, of course, and you can see RT9 finally in. Ramp is still catching up, but because they were so far and they've tanked quite a fair bit, to come into untouched Lipovka is actually great, right? But it's also good for Zeko to say, okay, we can enjoy looting, but we need to get entry as well. But after all, that segment, you need to think about multiple things. Like, if they play loud now, it's so easy for teams to become a roadblock for them, and very quickly they may need to end up in the water. So many teams just need to come through now, and we have the interesting bits of shelter in as well, and also very southern and very, how should I say, like, tricky parts of Milta Power, right? Like, to the south side, it's actually about who's acknowledging who. And we have personally seen the side of Galaxy Racer, that squad, as Gun Esports last season, work their way through there and have one of the biggest wins, right? So they know how to play those ridges, and it's about keeping plans A, B, and C as always.
But all the rest of these teams coming in from the south, coming in from the west, you've got to hope then, as for example, Galaxy Racer in this situation, if you do find some way in towards Milta Power, Tarzan, they are able to keep that position, because there's a lot of entrants in, and then you're relying on the sense that all of these entrants coming into the zone also take each other out. Yes, we have seen that situation already even today happen, where actually the rest of Cryptics, just in game 3 beforehand, were able then to sneak a win, but it's not a confirmed 100% strategy that you can rely upon, albeit though we do see K12-4, and you're starting to see these outlying players, even NASR now, struggle. RT9 though, they get a bit aggressive, and they also trade 1-for-1.
I mean, that is the way to scout. To scout plus opening, if you can. Like, as always, sometimes teams are just like, we're scouting, but if the scout dies, we have no answer. That is not great, right? And this time, NASR has that answer, but the only thing is Real Tiger 9 is slow. They're so reliant on that player to hold that entry spot, which is also an unresettable spot, and the rest are just coming in late. What do you need to loot for? Like, how are you going to need, like, if you die, there's no loot for you to use. And you can see they are still playing off these very tricky segments, and now Hellman and the rest of iKURD triples coming in. There's a huge redemption for this team to make, and this is a very interesting spot that they've held in the past for some huge games in this last Super Weekend. Of course, they won't get the center this time around, but I believe they should have the knowledge to basically rotate more towards that center. Still, it's actually a huge circle for phase 3.
iKURD triple though is still on the outskirts of the north of this zone, and as it shifts once more, if it shifts back over to Milta Power, Tarzan more likely to do so, then you really run into that problem. But a hard shift of rotation is now for those in the south, instead sanctuary here for the rest of those like iKURD triple because they have a position, more importantly, up towards the prison side. And when you look towards prison, the hills looking down on all of those south entrance teams. That's where you can start to really pull a YaLLa from game 2 and pick up so many of those players entering in from the open.
And this is actually great news for some of these teams on the north side, right? Like, they've been fighting a little bit. They've been actually a bit conservative in rotating. So these are the type of games where you think a team didn't plan slightly further. They did not push the limits, but they still somehow got spared from being punished. And sometimes I hate, these situations. I think it's for hard games is where you learn the most. But that's just me being harsh. And I mean, we've seen for example, sites getting rewarded for those type of games, and they're only getting points from those games. And you know why? And you know what? They are now eliminated. So it's about how you get those points after all. And for this circle, they can just stay here, but I can guarantee you that there is probably no way that they can stay here without getting punished. So it's about when do you start to get more info towards that south side? How do you do it? When do you do it so that you won't get punished as much, so that you have your options open? But upon that clearing or sweeping, scouting maybe action, Twisted Mind may just find another team.
It's in minds over on that northern side. It has to be able to defend that because, as we said, there are so many teams now going to be entering in as phase 4 closes its way through. SUDOR as well, making that push. SUDOR with their solo player on the scout, having to keep themselves alive. So important is the rest of these duo need to now exit out of Milton Power and from that hard shift through past Lusail. But it's now to the point that at the end of this phase 4, this is where we start to see the kills. This is where we're going to start to see the players drop, because where Lusail go is tricky to decide because they've all been taken up. You're going to be one of the last remaining teams. You got to find a fight. You got to find a push. They find Never Alone. Now we need to find Last. And I think now is the time, if ever, to make this play. Go in for the kill because you see a very split Falcons who don't have Bumper, who don't have the Marv there. And if they can flush out Last, then they are the ones who control, albeit even if they lose Salam off the back.
Wow, that is a textbook example of how not to play these type of 2-2. You want to strike at the time where Lusail will only get punished and have no chance to shot stop, and then fire back. They stopped, they saw you, they got the opening knock, and suddenly they are the pushing team. Like, this is textbook right here. And now what seems to be a big plan will be a big rip in the matter of seconds. One to try to use that nade, of course, is going to be so predictable.
Wanted grabs it, and unfortunately now they lose 2. They lose the front line again. Miramar is on his own. Can he find it? No, he can't. The drop shot's just a little bit too much. Rip takes through the third player, and now only Falcons down to a solo player, but Bomber goes in for the fight. May look to retreat, but not going to be quick enough. It is Falcons will be eliminated, and for the rest of Lusail, who have been raking in the kills so far, 4 now in total for them, make it potentially even more, but they've only got a duo, and he needs to make it into the rest of his zone. It has continued to shift against him.
I mean, that was a very, very interesting one. Team's been playing loud on that coastal line. They need to now come back in. And KURD squad, I think it's about adding more. You're picking a side. They can't pick every side in here. Like, with this type of compound, if there are teams that they can't see towards that center, they can push teams away, and they will go into the hands of KURD squad, from what I know in this type of circle. And they need to be able to catch all these funnels. But if they control more than one part, is going to be quite tricky. I mean, Lumberyard by nature is extremely hard to play, and teams just very easily get punished by someone who's more patient and knowledgeable. And right now, still just bringing that fight all the way from the previous Western Edge down into here, and there's still, you can see teams being very careful upon entering even further, because where you didn't have info, Lumberyard is where people die.
But Lumberyard, you can see that around this section, the hills towards that eastern side, towards the north, NASR, I think, missing out on an opportunity here where Fate could have actually just taken over the hill, but instead Fate going even further. This is so risky. Look at the zone, Fate going in through half the phase, and rightly should get punished for it, but somehow they're trading with KURD squad. Meanwhile, even Galaxy Racer getting wiped as they cannot enter into the zone, no, and they fall in 14th position. RICO and his team striking them away 4 kills clean.
I mean, there's still... I'm waiting for them to play their own style. Just sweep and sweep. Fight for an entry. Sometimes there's no needles for you to thread. There's no way. You just stab into your own bloody arm. And that is what I'm talking about for Galaxy Racer in the past week. I mean, I know they've got these white rotation, yes, but this is the type of games that you just need to look for that opening. We're waiting for that shift. Lumberyard is quite hot right now. Triple Vibes continue to struggle out at 13th place.
Ooh, but now it looks towards the rest of Fate around KURD squad in the center who have been broken, but still have to defend even more so. Everyone trying to play the edge might give them some thinking time here. Tarzan inside of the zone, but the problem being is when you are inside the center, you are inside that bowl, and the fact of trying to get out of that bowl and all of those teams high up, and with that information upon you makes it so tricky. That is what I am concerned about. And again, you are relying on then that zone coming to you. Yes, it does, but can you defend then? Because there are so many teams still coming in with that informational advantage.
Wow. Lumberyard is going to be very hot, same as NASR as well, aggressive as ever with the beautiful Nate Batika, but very aware of what's behind them. It's time to re-smoke and then replan. It's going to be the RICO Infinity trying to come in and then scout a little bit. 20 seconds to go. It's time to start scouting. Might be time for the opening knock as well, but you know what? Speaking of knock, NASR's been on point with the nades this game, but it's on the other side as well.
RICO Infinity team on the other side, Tarzan. It's going to wipe through K12. K12 hiss themselves goodbye into Game 5. And now RICO Infinity team had to make those quick revives themselves, though, because look at where that blue zone is coming in, and right behind them, 7 kills already. Going to have to hope they can keep themselves alive for more. Is the rest of KURD squad wrecking through the rest of Fate on their entrance in. Late is the only one alive. Ragnarok watches as he will fall as well. In KURD squad, 5 kills, 4 of them. This is the type of game you really need KURD squad to keep themselves alive, because this is a momentum shift that they needed. But late, can they find the upset? Goes in for the peak, cannot find it yet. Tries to find one, does take one, turns it back around, but not quick enough. Bolt strikes him away, barely keeps him in. The KURD squad, can they keep themselves even much longer? Because the rest of them are entering in now from the outskirts. Cryptics wreck as well for a buyer, and all the meanwhile RICO Infinity's team slamming it in to the rest of the south side.
8 kills on board and full squad on, and look at who else is in here. It's teams that we thought have missed some important basics, and they are coming in to prove us wrong. KURD squad's also in town, down to a duo, and this is Lumberyard ending. We talk about these small bits of landscape. We talk about every single tree being so ever important. Cryptics now coming in, trying to clear out KURD squad. Is the battle of that northern side, but it will be that next circle, and teams are ready, preparing for that. Players losing their backpacks just so they can limit the info they're giving.
RIT, they have stepped down. They have become more quiet. They are being stealthy here in phase 6 into 7. NASR as well, though, who have been quiet, also stepping up the kills. When you look across the board, Tarzan, kills are high in everyone. So again, you look to the upset of a leveled scoreboard and who can try to find that breakaway. Who can climb themselves back. Cryptics, even alive, in second position, hunting down YaLLa in first position. You can see only now 11 points away.
Very, very small difference, and you can see this is also the difference in that landscape that can allow the resettability. Is the term that we like using when we talk about teams need to come up with a plan and know how far in they have to go. Miracle is the last one probably for this squad. No, 2 up right now, but SK Ton is ready. The old player from SUDOR Esports been really ripping other teams apart. Now, part of RICO Infinity team, it will be Cryptics with their resettable position and grabbing potentially the 8th kill after the reset needs to be done 5 more seconds before the shift comes in.
Cryptics, it got a zone as well, Tarzan, and now the RICO team, the rest of YaLLa, they have to move forward. YaLLa's the first outside of zone, and even 38 meters feels so much work, so difficult to try to solve in such a late game scenario. NASR cannot solve that problem. RICO, SK Ton will find another and put themselves up to 9 as the full squad still all alive. 10 is the rest of NASR fallen 5th. YaLLa keeping themselves alive. One more position might be all they grab, though.
I mean, this is key for RICO Infinity. It's actually huge for them. We talked about strings of hard covers, but when you're on the outside, you've got a little bit of a dip so you can rotate through crawling across, as well as knowing exactly where teams can be. Then you just need to land with good utility, but most importantly, at the right time. If they need to claim that, vehicle sounds do get passed through YaLLa Esports still in this game.
YaLLa keeping themselves crucially alive. They have moved forward in towards Cryptics, but the nades will miss slightly for now. They're not going to land, but do find one. Never mind. I will be mistaken. Tarzan as a revive instantly punished. YaLLa to ego in the late stages. You have to let your team members go at this point as the zone only pushes in further to burn them all beside the log pile and make them a nice cozy fire to put your feet up against Cryptics. Wiping them more to 10 kills. KURD squad as well in the middle, losing Volt. Now only Aram alive, but he is struggling himself to keep themselves up. But RICO Infinity team keep Cryptics at bay just enough for the revive for KURD.
Wow, that was a beautiful execution by Cryptics. We talk about trigger discipline. They just let YaLLa come in, stay stealthy, and then synchronize those nades. And that is sometimes the level of knowledge that we want to see from these teams. But there's still a lot of resistance. They still need to leave that spot. Looking for the entry now with the bombing car. That is a good split from RICO Infinity, ready to respond to this barrage of nades.
Mirage of Nades not going to land on any knocks so just yet, and unfortunately for Cryptics, how much utility really do they have left? Because they have been firing on so many cylinders, so many teams. R8 though, still a full squad. They still have the man advantage. They have the power to move up with those numbers. Prestigo is trying to make that move, gets knocked barely on the outskirts, and now also KURD squad make the move further towards Cryptics, who control the zone, yet still is RAT down to 3 members. Look to make the revive the case, but can they even go further forward? They are trying to do just that. SK Ton right on the edge of Cryptics' line of fire, but Cryptics find SK Ton first. They find Anis against the blue, and as the blue moves in, there's nowhere to hide. Marshall with the quick fire on forward will sacrifice himself, but not before RAT are down to 1 player. El Chapo through the smoke cannot find Biden though, and this is a turn you are looking for RAT with the numbers. KURD squad even is still alive, might just come in with the upset because Fidden is so low on HP, and there it is, a Ram takes a kill that you are looking for. But RAT, they have the men, they take the victory with it.
Man, like, it could have been a sweet third party, right? But the escape paths were too obvious. They've only got 2 players, probably low on meds as well, need to split the bets. And, you know, they didn't know it's a 4v4, I don't think. They should know. We talk about kill feed awareness, but without that, they still came in. No problem. Hold Lumberyard, but it was RICO Infinity with the very bold, just very crisp type of team fight towards the end. Just quick comms, quick wrap up, you know, like trade after trade, and it's very close fight. And, you know, that team we talked about from the start of the game, playing that sweep style from the north, coming in, clearing segment by segment, that is their absolute strength. To be fair, it's almost like they've taken away what we initially thought was the strength of Galaxy Racer. So, man, they've got something to fix, but this is something for RICO Infinity to keep.
I think that honestly, though, the RICO Infinity team, who stepped up so majorly, considering through this tournament, they looked like they were going to slip so far at the start, and now being a major contender in the finals as well, Tarzan, having come so far when it comes to that consistency again. 3 out of 4 games they played so far today have been brilliant games for them when you see them inside the final 3 to actually get not only the kills but also the placement points, and that consistency being there is why they are such a scary squad. And as we look through to those match rankings as well, get to understand exactly how close they really are overall, is it will be also the road to MVP. And no surprise that we talked about RHC, 2 of them up there, but alongside Marshall, who with 5 kills alone himself, stepping up once more for Cryptics. I mean, Cryptics, not going to lie though, Tarzan, 2nd place coming into this game. Now also a 3rd place finish with the kills. They're overtaking YaLLa slowly.
Yeah, I love to see the change coming through, because we think about what this squad was doing last season. They were under RTG and they ended at around 14, 15th place. They were not a team to particularly remember. But this time they really want to change that. And the slow improvement coming through the split really starts to go exponential in day 3. And now in the finals, you can see like important colors coming through very, very strong. And YaLLa Esports also grabbing some points, but is much needed against these big games from these other teams. They still hold on to that top spot.
Yeah, but the 20-point lead has been reduced to 5 in just 2 game starts, and you can see that a lot of these teams, when it comes to RICO Infinity, Cryptics, are edging on their heels. A big game from NASR, Fate also puts them in that contention. That's how close it really is. But albeit, I think the surprise is that Galaxy Racer aren't on the top this time around, considering that through the entirety of this league so far, it has been Galaxy Racer as the alpha predator.
No longer the case. I would say so far, right? I will almost say it to the extent that it can trigger people a little bit so that they know what needs to be done. Because we just look at raw data or whatnot, they start to have these spikes once again. But right now, the spikes are not like at first place when they have a normal maybe 5th, 6th place. Right now, we're talking about when it goes bad, it's like 10th, 11th place, and when it goes well, it's like 2nd or 3rd place. So we need that whole curve to shift back up, right? But we're looking at the 2nd page as well. We've got some of these teams that we talked about again and again. Real Tiger 9, Falcons as well. Like, it's also just shaky. Like, when it comes to them performing, it's almost like a whole block of several days of spike and the other few days of slump. Like, that's not what we want to see, right? When we talk about that term, it really is across all maps, all games, and sometimes we just need to really want to find out what's behind the scene that really caused that sort of issue.
Yeah, a little bit tough stuff here. We saw the results, of course, that RICO Infinity, they are in 2nd place, Cryptics in 3rd, just through that extra 8 points. The RICO Infinity team were able to secure obviously big games coming through from KURD squad. YaLLa still, of course, keeping themselves in an average of plus 10 points or more. So they are keeping themselves consistent enough inside of that top spot for the meantime. But it is the concern of teams feeling that pressure inside the finals, and it has been that change. I think that now we are looking at no longer really the Guns, Galaxy Racer rosters. We're no longer looking at the SUDORs really, or even the Fate Esports that we saw last time, because they aren't stepping up. It's the new teams like Cryptics, albeit their old members, but under a new roster, taking these places.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when it comes to building your portfolio as well, like the history of these players being in the scene, having good results in regular season, of course, is important. But after all, we only will properly crown those who came through in those finals, and their international representation is so important as always.
Always to be important, representing through consistency as we move through to the 5th game road task. And Miramar going to be another breakaway. We will see you guys shortly. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia finals here, Tarzan, and of course myself, Harlem Wolf, as well. We're 4 games down now on the 5th, as well as our beautiful sponsor, as always, the Opera Renault 6 Series, upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Opera Renault 6 Series, a designated smartphone for PMPL Arabia or Middle East and also Africa Esports 2021. Tarzan, coming though into now Miramar, it is getting a little bit hot there too. And to be fair, we have seen both Cryptics and in also RICO Infinity team in the last 2 games really honestly step up where we didn't think that they would be the ones after slipping a little bit.
Yep. I mean, they had the history in their favor, right? They got that last season pretty decently as well through the league stage, and the Super Weekends they were doing pretty nice. This game, though, let's look forward. Yeah, like this game is going to be quite exciting because we still got answers that we are waiting for. Right, these questions unanswered. Saint Martin, like, will YaLLa keep like going to Picado, like after what seems to be a great success playing Picado instead of Saint Martin? Will Twisted Mind just stay with that because they haven't been contested? But if this side of YaLLa continues to stay in Picado, would they face the team that's always dropped there, which is FalconsEsport? Was that the initial plan that didn't really come through because Falcons don't find that a little bit too far? But was it just an adaptation coming through, from YaLLa seeing, oh, there's actually no one in here? So many question marks that I love to have, and need to see whether we get the answers. Of course, we got a very southern playing path for match number 2. So this match 5, when we revisit the desert dunes of Miramar, like we are hoping for maybe a change. Well, I don't mind if we don't, because we want to see some change from how they are going to drop. So just hit me up with it already.
To the north side, though, that's what I'm really looking forward to be honest, because I think when you get towards the north side of Miramar, quite frankly, that we have seen a lot of the juice really come from there, despite it being the early game. It wasn't even in the zone. That's where the action happened. Of course, that's where we started to see teams and players drop in that early side. I think, though, to be fair, towards the south, still a lot to be determined when it comes to those teams, once again, improving from those mistakes. So regardless of where the zone goes, I think we can expect what will be a very exciting Miramar game as always, albeit I think the favorite got to still be coming in is YaLLa, despite the fact that they have been underperforming slightly in these last 2 games. We say underperforming, they're still getting the points. They're still in the lead.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like when we talk about so-called lead and whether it's going to stay there, it's about, how they get those points. Are we allowing ourselves to believe that they are the new kings, or the old kings should come back and win this one? This is the game 5 right now, and of course, the second last game of the day. And you know what's crazy about this? We've watched so many days, right, of this game for this region in this PMPL, and we're almost a third done. That is crazy.
I know, right? I'm thinking the same thing. We're already like 4 games done. I mean, I'm gonna hear today and tomorrow. So Tarzan, this going by even faster for me. Let me tell you.
50%, almost not the right math yet. Okay, 4 out of 10. That's 40%. Not quite finishing the. No, wait. Yes, you have. Oh God, it's out of 12. My brain
it's happening.
Wait, no, for the first time in forever. But you know what? Just show me something different, right? Like RICO Infinity team back to Montenegro. That is old. Cryptics also going back to Valdemar, but RT9 towards Pirtle. I mean, nothing new as well. It's about the pacing around there. Like SUDOR as an Impala team is forced to make some change. So can RT9 read that for a team that wants to go to a similar part of the map, can't really go there? Would they catch, the other team in some special ways? Like, I don't really know, but you can see gentleman's agreement. Maybe Picado is home for YaLLa instead of Falcons.
I think, though, Tarzan, we're going to see a lot of early rotations, particularly through the edge of Picardo. Concerns there for YaLLa, because I think that potentially here in this situation, when you have a plane path that goes towards the western side for teams you know are going to drop there, and then you have an eastern side zone that is already covering about 15-20% worth of water and really unusable land. Now you think about, do you just make that early rotation? Do you just go all the way towards the center-ish of zone, which is actually even Impala, just to loot up later on in the game? Yes, you are going to take a few minutes of time to drive there, and yes, you're going to be underlooted. It is risky if you get caught by a team en route, but if you can get there, the potential of just being left alone going for placement points can be high, as well as stopping teams and players jumping in later on.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite crazy, right? Within that sentence of yours, it's already insanity. Like, the middle circle is Impala. Like, how often can we actually hear that? Like, bring us to the small islands, please, please, please. I'm gonna love, one of those streets again. Like, last time was with Imperium, probably.
Never had it.
Quite a lot of people, yeah, like a lot of people never had. Like, to be fair, he's been more experienced, right? Like, he's casted more games than I have. That was still his first. Right, but when we talk about the macro of the game, after all, yes, it can go towards the coastline, Harlem Wolf, right? But the key is still phase one. Like, how do we position ourselves to prepare what potentially can be shifting back to the mainland, to even so far that it can still be Los Leones or just very close to La Bonita? So that is where these teams need to, think. Okay, of course, create a loop path that it makes sense, that leads you towards that power position, and know why you take it first of all, and two, how you can successfully take it. And you can see that those are important coming through, like K12 knowing the limits, and sometimes early minutes of the game not having absolutely anything is fine, as long as you don't lose your life.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think that through particularly Los Leones here, Taz, and that's where we want to see these teams really try to take up hold and take this first phase under control. Because when you look towards the information of Los Leones, yes, it can be harder. But if you are one of those first teams, and by the playing path, you know that teams can't really be in Los Leones because of how split it was away, that you look towards the high skyscrapers that are under construction. There you go all the way up and try to see all of those players coming in from the western side. Yes, it is going to be difficult, but with the scope, with also that high angle, you give so much informational power to the rest of your team inside the city. And with that information, you have so much extra potential to then try to assassinate teams jumping.
Yeah, and I mean, that circle was so tricky in a way. Like, for a lot of teams that are far from the circle, these spots that we've been talking about is actually just not for them to share in a way. Yeah, there's a world that they can take it, right? They need to think about it early enough, scout it well, but most importantly, set a time as to when they need to leave where they're looting. Like, that's the only way that you can do that. We've seen in the likes of Fate Esports doing that type of rotation on Erangel when they are that Milta team, and we got those southern circles on the southern island within a minute and a half, not even that, they leave the town of Milta and start heading south. So it's fine, like, if you want to stay behind, but you just need to understand, and you just need to be settled with the fact that you can't reach certain of these center positions, right? So that is always the fun bit for me, to say the least, to look at tempo, the macro game in the early and mid game, and that is just close to my heart. Like, I breathe that stuff.
Breathe it all in, Tarzan, because as we said, we're already into Game 5, and teams who haven't been so consistent in terms of performance, like KURD squad, even to an extent, NASR here, who, yes, they have been brilliant in team fighting, have not been consistent when it comes to grabbing those final positions. One of them already going to likely drop here in the early game for his fifth game itself. Batika in some trouble, but KURD squad need themselves and buy Batika more time, and a mistake like that will delay.
The support is key. Here comes, that is within like 10 seconds, they have all arrived. And that is the response. That is how good NASR is. Yes, they've got a split, but TK just bought enough time to make it a reverse pinch for NASR. And of course, this position can be scary from the long-range third party, but now this is exactly what it means to play split and have a contingency plan. Like, NASR's just been so ready, not like someone's on. People just sometimes, you know, go back to these analysis of me watching players. It's like someone on me, no one says a bloody thing. Look at this response as now one man up and they continue to pinch in.
All off the mistake of self-nading. K9 as well stepped way too far in. They completely forgot Batika was there on the roof, and these simple errors of communication are costing them. Yes, they're going to lose one, but immediately fire back to a second going through towards NASR. Can they grab themselves a third? Though yes, they do, and Volt on the outside is going to be the only one left to watch as the rest of the team has been felled, and for him next on the menu. NASR stepping up patiently though, going in one by one. Now they're coming together. Volt takes it anyways. KURD squad out and 4 kills to NASR. A brilliant showcase once again, Tarzan, of how good NASR are at team fighting.
So good. The control, the patience. You can see when they were just waiting for that reset to come through to make sure they don't take that 1v1. Not everyone can do that under pressure. They are so well tuned to these things that I had a sigh moment right there, just enjoying it. I was breathing it in to see just how good they were. Like, and they've got someone ready to run out of the bottom to catch if that person jumps off the balcony as well. Everything was on point from NASR. It's not the first time today that I want to clip what they've done and start to create videos that coaches some other people. Like, that is what we know them of. And right now we also know what Galaxy Race has been doing on this map. This is not the first time. It's worked out once. This pacing. We talked about it even before the first game, that they can catch funnels of teams rotating late because they are pretty late themselves. And this time is actually arguable. Like, for this one, they've got enough, you know, like utilities probably from extended losing phase from a huge city. And then just, it's about gas right now, I would say, and to make sure that they don't just say, hey, this is so late that we can definitely come in with low risk. Yes, they've outlived one team, but that's not enough.
And for Galaxy Race as well, who haven't, as we said, been enough when it comes to particularly the aggression in terms of team fighting. They have been outplayed in many games of the finals so far. I mean, we have seen already, Tarzan, and this is surprising, as we said. We talked about it before coming into this, about Galaxy Race being really the alpha, stepping up into these finals, and they just have not, I think, played in the same style that they played in the league stage. And it's not the first time, though. We've also seen this happen, and we've seen this fall to a team where they try to change up how they play, and they lose out on many opportunities worth of games.
Yep. And right now, this circle is lovely in the sense that it's very abundant in shot, like very strong spots for shot stops, for hold, for strategic splits. And you can see like the buyer actually tried to make something happen, but yeah, like you can just easily get found, right? But you can see very easy to reset as long as you are quick with your hands, right? Like, and right now also K12 not getting punished from that type of rotation is actually quite interesting, but they enter another spot that they can play. So it's actually a very tricky circle to handle. Like, it's very easy to feel like, okay, this is good enough, but no, I should scout further. But someone can really stay stealthy and been setting up in the pocket, right? And then secondly, do we even continue to rotate? Like, is this good enough? Like, it's all these questions like in the heads of IGS that I almost sympathize, right? Like, for this circle, and the constant 360 that you may need to look at is just huge. I think it's almost to the point that you want to have a hard shift as an IGL, because you want to have a hard shift so that you can at least predict stuff, is what I feel like.
But then if you end up being so close towards the center as you can see teams doing, Tarzan, this makes it difficult because you don't really get a hard shift because you are, well, mathematically not likely to have one if you're close towards the central zone. I think I'd really appreciate, though, what ABIAH has done. Yes, they are rotating in, but look at the way they have funneled. They have set up in the last 30 seconds with now a team like K12 coming in. You can immediately see how it is able to then be used to find the kills as they take down 3 of those K12 members, and albeit K12, their own mistake being that they're just driving way too much in the open. It are attracting way too much attention.
Well, not the first time, and is the second time against the same team as well, right? And so, yeah, in response to what you said about the hard shift, yes, completely agree with what you said. I think it's about just the hard shift of the circle in general. No matter where I am as an RGL, it allows me to know where teams can come in. So yes, if I'm in the center, I won't be a victim of the hard shift, but it allows me to say, hey, now teams should come in from this segment. For example, Fate in the middle. Yes, you don't get punished for the hard shift, but it gives you an idea of how to play your current situation so much better. And you just need to, you can play off that and catch Northern Funnel, and you can just adjust accordingly. Southern Shift, ladies and gentlemen, this is harsh. And Falcons took away Ra's drop spot because they are no longer in the tournament, get pushed away from Picardo so far up north from the top left, now needing to come into the bottom right. That is a long rotation route, but so be it. Still a circle that is merciful when it comes to landscape.
I really actually appreciate what Fate were doing there with Reef all the way so far into central zone, even in the new shift tiles, and goes straight for the compound. And actually, with all of that information being so far in the center, is able then to bring the rest of his team from what could have been still a good position on the mountains to the north to catch a lot of these teams rotating in. Then we don't want to risk it. We want to play for the placement points, and they still grab themselves a building again in the center. And this is the type of positioning that Fate seems to be playing, particularly when it comes to these finals. They have been this team that aren't super aggressive, but when it comes to positioning and placements, that has been their strength. And I'm glad that we started to see them coming back to this format once again.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, I love this circle just because of how new for some of these teams can be. Is not like, I think the exact opposite of this map would be a Picardo plateau finish, right? Like, everyone knows that segment, and it's about that, how should I say, chess game, like chess mentality. Like, oh, we know you are there. We know teams will be here, and here, and we are used to that, and we'll find a way around it. Now, you can literally just stumble across that pixel of ground underneath you for the first time in your life just because you will never go there. You don't drop there. Circles rarely go there, and you just don't. And suddenly, it's about the raw ability to analyze what's in front of you. And that is really, the test to players' ability. And KURD 12, once again, I think is no surprise to us that they are struggling. Like, they didn't make it through the third super weekend. Key mistakes, key weakness still carried over.
But when you don't fix these mistakes, mentality also comes into play, Tarzan, and how all of these players who, yes, have been struggling for so long, does that really eat away? You've got to think it does. Now NASR, they are being eaten so far by the Falcons, who grab up Miracle on the outskirts. NASR, who as well needs to rotate so far into zone as well. This is a tricky one for NASR, who have been weakened so far, need to continue to push further forward here because they've now lost Navo too, and with the duo gone, there is no entrance in.
Well, it's just tricky against SUDOR as well. Like, they've been playing loud, so do they sweep this as well? This is around 200, 300 meters from the circle. There are gatekeep upon gatekeep, so this is a hard call for all these teams. And NASR actually tried to escape from that pocket, will get punished. So a slightly less populated ABIAH is in possession to punish SUDOR, and SUDOR is that roadblock for Falcons. And that's Twisted Mind joining to this side as well, because yes, the hills are a little bit better, and that is also the grass on the other side, a little bit greener. yes, there are grass in Miramar, guys, and this is on this segment, and it actually can make some good difference.
It's rare, Tarzan. It's rare to see, but it is there in the desert nevertheless. And I think, of course, ABIAH, when you talked about Twisted Mind's position right now, have missed out on a great opportunity, as you said, to actually gatekeep because of their willingness to actually stay in their current position, not being brave enough to step out into the big bold world of this next shift, albeit Twisted Minds have lost one and still with vigors to get across to the rest of their team. It has been a little bit difficult to defend. The SUDOR, they have turned their attention fully on to Twisted Minds. Inside the ball right now is rest of SUDOR need to make that revive, more importantly, onto Saeed, albeit will instead lose a second, down to 2 players outside of the zone. Twisted Minds, with that help from the third party, may have just secured themselves safety inside of his next shift.
Well, like, after all, it's still quite deep of a dip, right? So teams can still pull up from the sides. It's still around that edge. Teams may not come in easily, and then we just push each other around, and soon, before they know it, they are third partying as well as third person peeking them from the side. But we'll come back to this side because Falcons can't just find a spot in. To be fair, this type of landscape is where you need to decide to not go in maybe 200 meters before coming in, so you still have a chance to go wider. Like right now, even if you drive to left, right, back, everyone's watching.
Everyone still needs to get inside the center of his zone, Tarzan, is what needs to happen, because when you look at it, everyone is on the outskirts, phase 4.
It's happening.
Yes, we're moving into phase 5, but rightly so, you do see teams moving, players moving up in towards Twisted Minds because they can. When we are on this northern edge, the problem with, as you say, Twisted Minds, they don't have the information to be able to reach out, to be able to snap up all of these kills that have been by weakened teams around them. Galaxy Racer, though, also on the south side, the opposite of the map, in some trouble. You saw the kills going against them. Cryptics were snatching 2 away. They have got themselves knocked 1 back so far. Senki is down, but a revive is already there, and Cryptics, again, just looking way better when it comes to team fighting, something we praised Galaxy Racer for, and it's going to take a big leap for especially Galaxy Racer, with Radoof now down to be able to snipe up this fight. This Hamodi is inside the smoke, but has been found in Cryptics. They have not even lost a single member.
I think right now the issue with Galaxy Racer is they do not do damage control. Like when they lose 1 or 2, like from what we know of them before, they know how to let 2 go and just leave it. Right now, they wouldn't want to, and they just keep almost like, because they are very openly sharing TeamSpeak or whatnot, they're just yelling the next thing to do, and sometimes that anger in losing 2 early on push them into, you know, the hole deeper and deeper. And right now we talk about Falcons very hard to find the way out. The last one in the back is Bomper, failed to find that spot. Blue Zone is now coming in, so many of these teams still yet to find a spot.
Oh man, TeamSpeak, it takes me back, Tarzan. We're going years back into the voice communications. Yep. Oh man, but albeit it still needs to be a little bit better. Whatever communication you use in the game itself, Galaxy Racer, we have not played as a team, as you said. That has been their downfall. I think we don't see the Galaxy Racer that has been playing as a holistic whole, centering around teams trying to play proactively, and that is their downfall. Falcons still surviving. Yes, they have also been playing effectively into what other teams have been doing, moving around them, but are alive, albeit with 2 players. I think the Falcons here, again, another one of these cases where you just wish they had been a little bit more aggressive, because this is a playstyle we know them best for.
Yep, definitely, and they already are set up to take multiple sides of pressure, and they've been so good playing edging in as well. And iKURD triple also right here, that is an important bit of progress in him. Made it to top 8 now, as SUDOR just couldn't make it even further. That northern side we talk about so hard. Like you come in, before you know it, you've got no chance to reset. And the RICO Infinity slowly edging in, and to be fair, it's good. It's the side where they can play dips. There's still rocks, there's still shacks, and look at that beautiful Falcons refuse to go down.
Falcons keep themselves still alive to 6 kills, Tarzan. But rest of Triple Vibes, they are falling to their knees if Falcons. As a third nade comes in, they step up, turn around. Can they find a snake in the grass? Last nose there. Step back in. Can they find a shot? Going down, they don't find the success of it, but there comes a nade. Third party RAT clean everyone up, and Falcons down. KURD triple down, and it opens up the space. Cryptics, though, still alive, still on the south end, have been slow to the approach of getting in. Also, the problem, how do they get inside of this zone? Because Fate, they are the ones who look in control.
I think that is the tricky thing about this circle. From almost the get-go, it's so far from what we're usually used to that teams can't say how exactly it would look like and where they can't see. Point somewhere in the circle that you have no lines of sight are. I guarantee you, most players of this most in our player base, most people don't know how it looks like. You cannot say, okay, that's a building. I'm not talking about that. It's the bits outside of the compound. Tell me where is the best dip. That is why this game continues to grow. That is why plays continues to get better, because the scope is so huge. That skill ceiling and knowledge ceiling is so bloody high.
But you have to bring the knowledge to such a difficult zone like this, because there are no buildings remaining realistically here, Tarzan. There is only open land. These dips, that is what is so precious. And a team like RT9, who have figured out that inside the center, splitting down this zone is a dip itself, which is what they are looking to control to get rid of Lusail. But Lusail, still more importantly alive, is the problem for them, because they cannot focus more so on who is inside the zone, because constantly there are teams in behind them. As they turn to Lusail, they get snatched by Fate. A double here already for them, and unfortunately the controllers in the center of that one building left inside the zone only look to take up even more control.
That is not surprising, to be fair, and that is also the issue. When you could have gone maybe wider or even just get an opening knock, would that even be possible? You know what? They have found it, and it's go time.
They have found that knock, and that is beautiful. Yes, RICO a little bit too hasty onto RT9, gets punished by RAT. And now the rest of Infinity, they have stepped up. They are trying to push, but again, you're pushing into blind compound here that Fate can control, and this is the tricky part, because as soon as RAT step forward, suddenly they get the information. Yes, but there could be someone in a window. They do not know this, and this is why they are being so slow, because of the potential peak coming through from Fate, and it's exactly why you see them firing upon that exact location. SK10 already trying to pre-fire onto Asari, pushing the rest of Fate backwards. Ragnarok even looking further into zone as Phase 6 continues to shift away from the building into those dips.
And you can see RICO Infinity just say it's going. This is the compound to win the game. We need to clear them out anyway. It's in the zone if we can take it. And that is go time. They have no downtime. They understand that is the call to make, and they do exactly now. And that is great for them. Cryptics, on the other hand, got this zone blessed and will have this series of dips. And that is what I mean by this being very versatile, because it's very hilly. There are trees, yes, there are grass, and most importantly, we've got those who wouldn't be so dedicated to the game that they can outclass and outknowledge these other players. And Fate now in defensive mode. RICO Infinity needs to approach this more than the linear approach, because Fate is ready for a straight line push.
Marshall takes down one of Lusail on the back end. RT9 also going to fall to Lusail. It's all happening down towards the north end, though. Tarzan and Marshall going in way too deep. And Twitter as well. Chapo gets punished for it. Cryptics, a rare mistake coming through in their team fighting so far this finals, as RAT even going to blow up all of those inside the north portion. And Lusail, there is nothing left for them, because RT9 only third party away, and as RAT make the sounds, Fate wake up a little bit more too. They try to hunt them down, but they cannot find the third party themselves onto RAT, taking the fight to the north side as Cryptics albeit they have found themselves back 1 to 3 members. Still, actually 4, should I say. They have been able to completely revive so far. But it is risky.
Wow.
It's still RT9 on the north end, and on that kill feed on the south, it is a 1-for-1 trade. Back through onto RAT. Prestigo keeping himself barely out of harm's way, but can't keep himself any longer because they found a second. Fiden will not be able to find one straight back. The crate is just barely enough, and he can't even find it. Jumps straight onto his death. Bait Ragnarok baits him out. RICO out in 5th. Is now YaLLa. Need to try stay alive. Also, Yusuf inside the top 4, trying to get those placement points on board. They only have 1 kill, 1 player remaining. As Fate 7 kills, need to continue to push their way inside the zone as well.
Was that even like that is the sight line, right? He can see him. He's just waiting, but he got found. He was so patient for so long, and that was so close. But nonetheless, they got 9 points. Important to keep that top spot. But you know what? These skirmishes have been crazy. And RT9, defying all odds, will now come in. We've been harsh on them, but this type of games to come in to this final top 3 with 9 kills is no jokes. There's a lot of neutral fights, is new grounds for many teams.
Albeit though, RT9, Tarzan, this is a chance to step up. They're on 10 kills. This is their game to submit down Fate and Cryptics to their glorious finish potentially. Here is Cryptics only going to beg on their knees to Fate Esports as they take down 1 so far. There's going to be no return back. No longer RT9, but RT9 barely keeps himself alive long enough though for the rest of the trade to come through, and it's now just 2 players. Cryptics down, a trade back in, but Jigsaw's the only one remaining. Takes down Leaf, has to recharge though, is now Isawi steps up as 2-on-1 situation, 1-on-1 as he has made it. The Jigsaw cannot grab the shots. A little bit of a slide by Fate, take the chicken.
Wow, not the first one recently, guys. 2 chicken dinners in those last days of Super Weekend, and they takes it on Miramar again. Wow, those final modes, man, like this type of maps, right? This type of circle, I would say, is really refreshing. Just because we're not used to that, and we, alongside all of you, need to just analyze what's in front of us. Whatever you see, we see. We don't see anything else extra. No map feed, no nothing. Okay, so it's great. It's great training for both like you guys and us. And wow, that was Fate making it work. And I was a little bit scared initially when they allow RICO Infinity into that compound, and also almost taking away their strong spots. You can see Fadan taking that roof already, but they know what needs to be done towards the end. It's down to those small moments that allowed them to take that win.
Albeit though, that again, it was a great performance coming through from RT9, but the way that Fate played that Tarzan even more exceptional in the sense that yes, they had a good position, but how they got that position was playing center. Since that mid-game portion of Miramar, they were able to actually take one after another. We talked about refining that central position as we check out those match rankings, albeit a beautiful series of plays coming through that led and built up to those final fights, led to that victory. 26 points for them overall. RT now, of course, taking 23, but still strong showings here from the top 3. Cryptics, RICO, Infinity Team, YaLLa, all 3rd, 4th, 5th. So barely a change here when it comes to their positions.
I mean, that was a huge game. I think it's huge in the sense that Real Tiger now is taking the amount of points that allows them to join some of these really top teams, right? And Fate Esports as well, like bouncing, but we expect them to be around top 3, right? So they are coming in again and again, very strong in the style that we expect from Galaxy Racer is now what RICO Infinity and Fate Esports are doing. To be fair, they didn't even show this level of dominance last season, so it's growth for them. And Cryptics as well, the exponential growth of this team when it comes to points have not stopped.
Albeit though, the rest of Galaxy Racer also surmise. We expected them to be up top once again, not there. NASR only 5 points for them. I think though the biggest real shout out to support that I have to hope that they can improve is going to have to go to Triple Vibes, to the likes here of KURD 12 Esports, who, yes, KURD 12 had that nice one game. Triple Vibes have had that nice one game, but are they really in the contention to even get up in the leaderboard for some cash? Because they just cannot, in the majority of these games that we have seen them, even find their position towards the mid stage.
Yeah. I mean, these teams, though, man, like, I've been loving it so far. If there's anything that I don't like, Highland Wolf, is the fact that KURD Squad, Triple Vibe, some of these teams haven't shown us what they can do. We've watched it. I've watched most games in this tournament, like, out of all the casters, and I know what they can possibly do. It's really getting out of their head. Like, Triple Vibes has been, they are in that slump. Like, and they failed to bounce back up. But look at this. Real Tiger 9 were one of those spots that I believe were a little bit harder to do this, but they are bouncing back. And this is a good start. We can see they start to have these entry spots established. We have these funneling that seems to be there. The team fighting, the trading is coming close. And that is nothing less than what we expect from a PMPL team.
Tarzan, I'm just going to say, I've not seen it so far, but I was very shocked to see it now. RT9, do they have a lion as their logo instead of a tiger? Is this really the case?
I don't know. I don't have good eyes. A little bit too old to do that.
I see the mane there. I'm like, that's not a tiger. Last time I checked, tigers, they don't grow beautiful manes around their necks.
Yep, I mean, yeah, they're all just glorified cats, right? Like, that's what some people told me in the past. Right here,
I see.
We talk about the glorifying of the YaLLa Esports team. Yes, they got taken away from their top spot, but they are still doing something. Though, like, they're down to those solo plays that they rely on, which I didn't completely like. Of course, there's still time to prove themselves, but last game of the day will be coming up soon. And yes, some answers we got from that game, and now still got questions to be asked in this last one, because wow, Twisted Mind did do something very interesting, right? And this time they need to maybe repeat that, because they got the majority of those points from that last Sanhok game, and it's now time maybe for them to do it again from that new game plan that we haven't seen in all tournament.
Yeah, it's been a case, I think, for those teams in for the 9 to 16 position. The majority of them have been through these one big games that they found all their points, and the rest have been slightly more disappointing. I mean, what surprises me the most, right, is that you look towards a team like FalconsEsport, 22 points, but actually they have more kill points than a lot of these other teams. 19 kills, I've just noticed now, versus 3 placement points. That says a lot when it comes to Falcons still being a very aggressive team, but just really struggling to find that position. I think that's something that we have to really hope they can do in this final game. Sanhok is going to be on the flip side of this break. We'll see you then. Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Finals. Myself, Alan Wolf, alongside Professor Tarzan, and one more game to go the Thursday. It has been an action-packed day so far, Tarzan, to say the least, when it comes to upsets upon upsets of this leaderboard. Teams overtaking teams.
Man, like some of these teams are being very on point, and that is quite new to us, right? So we want to see a little bit of improvement from those points who were on point for us to, continue to find reasons to be behind their back. And right now we are onto this last game of the day. By the end of this, we will have a third of games done. So question still, bootcamp, how is it going to look like? I think, right, YaLLa will just go back to their RICO Infinity, will still go back to Paradise Resort. We've got Twisted Minds with the adjuster split. I think it should still come through. They probably made this decision before, today anyway, right? They want to test something new. They've tested, probably, because I don't think these teams will stop scrimming for what seems to be a very similar playing path, but to the opposite direction.
I mean, also, when you look towards that leaderboard, you can see it there, 63 points in 4th position, down towards NASR, 49 points, a drop to 6th Tiger in 36. There is a large deficit when it comes to the majority of these points today being taken up by the top 4 teams. You wouldn't usually expect, actually, in the Thursday to have multiple teams so high up, 78 points, 75 points altogether, but yet it has been the case because it has been, I think, the rest of Cryptics, YaLLa and RICO, who also Fate on the sides, have impressed the most when it comes to being the consistent teams that we would have liked to see.
But here comes his test, right? Because this circle, phase 1 circle, goes to the southwestern side. It's almost like the second time only in this whole tournament. And the interesting thing about this is, guys, that we have a few teams eliminated already who loves going to this part. We've got Nakam teams gone, we've got Tambang being the home of Raad gone. So that is now Suda soaking all that up, and they can reach to that bridge, to that left side that we see there, that Western Bridge controlled very early on, didn't have to think about coming close. It's also the first time for some of these teams that need to come close to Painan and thinking, do we cross? How do we get this opening? So, of course, it's still phase 1. Things can still change. Let's see how they play this out.
A massive surprise, I think, as well on the scoreboard when you look towards that. Only 14 points on triple iKURD, and iKURD triple, should I say, and also then only 20 points on Lusail, teams who, when it came to these super weekends, were in every single super weekend, had these days where you had 132 points by the end of the weekend, like iKURD Esports. And now you're looking at them really struggle to even pick up a few pity points through these games. It's very shocking to see, I think, how different these finals have looked and how different the pressure has been from more a psychological point of view here, Tarzan, because teams have changed the way in which they play, and it hasn't been to success.
I love the fact that you brought up the psychology there. One, they don't really get to feel, this kind of reset coming through that's allowed when you all start from zero, right? Like, that is a psychological reset that is huge for them. Like, there's no particular huge money jump between the ranks, so you just need to play your best game. You don't ever feel like you need to chase certain team anymore. And on the other hand, it's pressure for those teams who didn't really come up with the new ways and adaptation that will continue to potentially struggle, right? And of course, that type of reset is possible. It's also about knowing how to withstand what's just right happen today. Within today, we talk about momentum and we talk about disposition as well. Real Tiger 9, they love this bootcamp hill, don't they? And this time, like, YaLLa will always try to clear it out. They've tried it before, and Real Tiger 9, knowing that they should probably play the other side, and I love it, because it's kind of just the logical thing to do as well. The circle is on the other side. You don't really get a lot done being on bootcamp hill, so now that is the maybe one step forward of these teams on that northern part.
Intriguing, YaLLa as well went straight towards Boot Camp Hill, and they're trying to hunt down an RT9 who aren't there, who are still crossing. In the sense that RT9, they've already changed the way in which they play, albeit slightly, but they don't instead go towards Boot Camp Hill. And I like this change in the sense that they actually have gone elsewhere. Also, when you look towards the actual leaderboards itself, RT9, for all the much we criticized them, Tarzan, are still in the 6th position. So they're still technically, if you think about it, in qualification position for the next tournament up. So yes, it hasn't been pretty, but they're still there, and it's up to them to stay there.
I'm a little bit hard to please, yeah. When we talk about teams like that, we talk about how we get those points. Like right now in the early parts of the tournament, you can say that it's been 1 or 2 big games that really put them there. Right? Sometimes we see that's being the issue, even in the likes of Ra'ad, who got eliminated. In week 3 league play, they got a lot of those games coming in, all happening in those 2 days. And does that mean that they know how to play this game better? They still struggled. Right, so RT9 I will still keep that reservation, and right now Twisted Mind was the other question mark with, you know, what the game plan is. Are they really good at this new split that they're holding? But seems like they do have some discipline right there, and that is Fike actually just missing the shot. But here comes a 2v1, it may be left and right and pinch.
And unfortunately there for iKURD, they're already going to drop down one member. There's no saving it. Twisted Minds 2v1. They bully him out. There's one on the other side of the road. Just completely pincered. And unfortunately here for the iKURD Triple Esports, they have only been late to the party. There is no player left to save. All the rest, though, however, need to now get out because we're not quite done yet. It has going to be another 1-for-1 trade. Twisted Minds trading one back, but again knocking one in return. iKURD triple, and we have what seems to be here now in a situation, really a stalemate here of teams looking to try and make these rotations, try to leave the fight, but still getting caught out.
I think the tricky thing about these fights would be, yeah, like even how long you loot. It's the time window that you're allowed to do this. Yes, they are relatively in the center compared to teams like Cryptics that go all the way to the north, even more south compared to Paradise team being RICO Infinity. So it's ever changing, like teams can really come by because the shift is far. This only thing that helped them would be because it's go to southwestern side. Not all teams would first come slightly east and come back in unless they really wanted to sweep. So it's about that mentality still carrying over to maybe the quarry area, I would say, that we need to see. And then right now it doesn't seem to be wrapped up yet. It's the distance from the circle that we need to think about. And I love this meta right now, leading the use of vehicles, because in all honesty, there's only many situations where you can only get out with a car with the trade-off of it being incredibly loud.
Particularly in a zone like this as well, where it has gone towards the Southwest Island. And yes, you're going to see the fights around ruins, like the YaLLa KURD squad, they're all going to be up there later on, if that is the case. But also, when you look towards crossing the bridge, the more fundamental part of how do you get to the Southwest Island, and actually how do you survive getting across to that island itself? Because again, the problem is, if you are going to take these wider eastern rotations, you've got to expect that you're going to have a hard time getting across these choke points.
Yeah, right now, for what I've seen from the region, right, they start to know how to not let someone get, you know, rewarded for playing textbook. So right now, if they have the bridge control, teams will do something that doesn't allow someone to get anything from a bridge camp. But then it's also that chess game that I love seeing, where people start to catch these funnels with a very good split to catch every bit of fishy who went for the swim. And sometimes it's about this level of play that really excites us, right? Like we are still stuck around how to do textbook well and all that stuff, maybe in PMCO, and hell, to the bottom half of the team, sometimes that's the exact case, about like blind crashing, about lacking of a scout, not knowing where to shot stop to maybe get an opening knock so you can do scout plus opening knock. We are still waiting for some of these to come through, but right now this is where we can maybe see it. We are still not quite decisive when it comes to which this zone is going to go, but SUDOR has actually pushed down south, knowing that it's now a more empty southwestern island for this particular finals. Galaxy Racer have been blessed for once. That really speaks to us how rare we have this help circle. We often see them in phase 3, sometimes just rushing in with 4 vehicles on Sanhok. They don't get to play that game this time, and I'm still worried about them when it comes to how they played the past few days.
I'm worried about them because they just lost a player. 2 SUDOR tires and their scout is gone. So actually being down to the triple that they are, when they start to lose these players, so far what we have seen is that they then struggle to form as a cohesive team, a cohesive trio for the rest of this match, or a cohesive duo, if depending on how much they have lost. And then they come into these fights broken and not really having an idea of what they actually want to do in the fights. It's gone the days of the team of Galaxy Racer where we see them take these very controlled, very not predictable, but actually predictive team fighting ability where they're able to just outclass their opponents at every single opportunity. Now it's up to the likes of Cryptics. Inside the blue, yes, tanking. Inside the north, but they have all the options available to them still. They're not confined inside the zone. The likes of also RICO Infinity team, who have, as we said, massively stepped up through this tournament.
Yeah, like right now, this is one of those positions where it's tricky. Yes, you have elevation, you may be able to get a knock. It's not easy to get a kill. Even if you get a knock and you want to capitalize, the pushing path is just too predictable. Downhill like that, Save is already set up to make sure that he can catch the white rotation should the side of Galaxy Racer want to first white rotate north, the south side to the left just a little bit, yeah? And right now it's about, do we even try to take these shots? If the circle continues to go away from Galaxy Racer and they have to go through SUDOR, this part of the map is so punishing. Your right rotation is so wide that it will take you an extra minute and you don't even know how it looks like. It pushes you back into Cam Charlie or whatnot, and those position is a huge question mark when it comes to this circle.
Now, with Galaxy Racer, they actually at least have the information. Yes, Lord went down, but we know that SUDOR are there. And SUDOR in a little bit of a pinch here because behind him also lays ABIAH. And ABIAH can actually, with the help of potentially here, Galaxy Racer, look to try pincer him out. But again, look at the positioning of Scythe. He's moved even further forward to try continue to catch out these Galaxy Racer players.
Yeah, but you know what? I have a hypothesis, yeah? Like with ABIAH Esports, they are doing this 2-2 split, 2 onto this Pine Hill, I would say, on this south side, as west side, I would say, because we've got the eastern Pine Hill as well. The other 2 were in Pine itself. So they can kind of help each other get in, like when they can cover fire whoever's getting pushed. But the problem would be, this is also the position where teams can just get funneled in. Oh, you drive across the bridge. Yes, we are in the clear. Then you're like, hell no. Teams get shooting at you once again. You keep driving, and that's one of the spots where they may end up in, and suddenly you're faced with maybe 2 teams crashing in on both sides. But right now, that is still something that is yet to happen. If we still get a southwestern circle, it may be the case because these teams are needing to cross, like if that ever happens. So waiting for that shift right now, still with that river to dissect both sides of the map. It will go to the southwestern side. That hill can be very, very important. And it's about ABIAH to think whether we need to tighten the split. Can we actually support? As you can see, they are already grabbing the cars. They want to play the hillside.
I appreciate that. You could have gone down. You could have tried to play Painan Tarzan, but I think the right question here and the right decision coming through from it is now we move back to the hill. We, yes, give up a compound, a choke point to where teams are going to be coming through, but we keep ourselves secure in this game because look at who is also joining round the back. RT9 eyeing up also potentially that position. You've got SUDOR on the backside as well. All the meanwhile, teams coming in from that northeastern side who will be crossing over to that hill, rightly so. So if you give up that position, you get then leapfrogged, as we say, behind. Then ABIAH run into the problem of, well, where do we go now? And that is exactly why they make the right decision in this situation.
And right now, that is just the issue with multiple teams. Like they know it's so likely that they need to cross. So do we cross now, or we stay on this side and maybe clear out our side, so we don't get stuck in between and be shot from both sides when we are halfway through that plan, right? So clearing is a very important thing to make sure you can focus on one side a little bit better. But right now, Twisted might want to clear first. RICO in Infinity, and they meet again after game 3.
Oh. Well, clean it, albeit they have done that. Queso solos out 2 of the R8 team members, and now just down to 2 remaining. My maths ain't that good, but 2v4 is not a real fight that you want to take here for RICO Infinity team. So actually, I would argue time to retreat. For Anas, the fit in to really use his time that those dead members have given you to get round into a new position to enter into zone, because still, albeit that zone is closing in, as Cryptics even take down NASR.
Very hard to think, like sometimes, oh, but hold that thought, NASR wants to fight. To be fair, it's been the case for a while now. Too big, too split. We talk about the issue with that sometimes. That is NASR trying to trade, but that is missing the window only if they can bait over to this cave side just a few more inches. And that is the issue right now. They tested their luck. They at least assessed the risk of going further down that route on rotation. So the price that needs to be paid, and Batika, I mean, we know what they can do still, like as duos, and they've been so strong today. But Cryptics, not a force to disregard. They are holding the first place right now.
I mean, yeah, side first place, albeit they have been on fire when it comes to the finals, and I think it's only a statement considering that their best week was last. They have only been increasing their power through this tournament. YaLLa as well, though, have struggled since these first 2 games to really consistently find another big game. And down already 2 players, really, as D7 is left for dead. Yusuf making a run for it against the blue across now to bridge into this next shift. It has gone all the way through to Galaxy Racer and SUDOR. They, joined up with ABIAH, control so much of these teams coming in.
It's hard though. Like the sight lines from that compound can be very strong, but there is a limit. So if they've got the vehicles, now is the time to know that yes, we've got the zone. It's time to set up. The setup includes parking a vehicle facing the direction that you want to yeet towards so that you can get out. We talk about tightening of splits, and sometimes you need to allow yourself the resources to do that, but they are in the game-winning position if they do it well. But after all, it's still just phase 4, and it's the first time in so long that we've seen all teams still in the game.
Still, albeit is broken. Without 51 players, yes, we got 16 alive. For the team side of things, Tarzan, I think we're going to see a lot drop though in phase 4 down to phase 5 as well, because it's only, as you said, pincering through these teams. Yes, it's going to be hard, but these 3 that we mentioned, they have such control in their hands. Now it is about the trigger discipline. Can they find those right moments to then fire upon and catch those players out? As rightly so, iKURD Triple, we have done so. We waited on Twisted Minds to step forward and instead actually get caught by a team who have been quiet. Now down though, albeit to 1 player, Shrod on a broken now vehicle buggy driving on by across the rest of Painan. Does make it further in, but how fast and how far do they go? Because they are inside the zone, yes, but in unknown territory.
Wow, I love that rotation. At least down to that player's solo knowledge. Like he knows what it looks like before he gets there, and he actually found that dip. Beautiful play there, knowing that they need to make something happen before going in, before they need to get pinched in between. But Cryptics as well need to be tested for that same reason. Losing 2 players now, still yet to find a spot in the circle. You can see what I mean with this type of the hill. You just keep driving because everyone has been shooting.
But Cryptics, it was so late, Tarzan, as well, and this is why we get punished. We said anyone who's going to be last team to really cross into that Southwest Island has to really pray that they get even across that bridge, because it's not going to look pretty if they do. ABIAH still controlling inside the zone, albeit a little bit dodgy. As the zone now closes in, barely snipes away RT9, but we have to make the revive. Ramcase split away too, means that may be some form of support. There is from the third party Falcons, surprises him from the behind, and Real Tiger 9 down in 15th position. ABIAH up to 3 kills, so they sniped away the majority of that, but they have not moved. And that zone is continuing to push further forward in.
Is crazy, right? Like, so they got the circle, and it's like training ground. The compound is in the middle. They are in the bottom of the bowl, yes, in the middle, right down in that slope, in that cliffside. But everyone else needs to run down like it's training ground. It's going to be so predictable. Even if they don't get a chicken in here, it should be the type of compounds that get you a lot of kills. And you know, we talked about playing in a way that doesn't allow a certain team to get rewarded for playing certain key compounds, very old textbook season 1 spots or whatever you want to call them. But this one, there's no choice. You kind of just need to go through them, and the control is huge. Everyone's fighting everyone. K12 once again wants to do a brute force rotation, will fail to do that this time around.
It's one of these games, Tarzan, where everyone just decides to die in the late game. As SUDOR and Galaxy Racer down to 2 players, but we're holding on for now. It's not pretty, but ABIAH has been wiped, and that's one of the 3 teams up for grabs for this victory gone. Falcons, though, look at where they're stepping up, because now they've got 2 players in the front line. Yes, they've also got Miramar to enter further forward, and the zone has gone barely into their hands. There's even on the south side. That is where they have to look to control. Galaxy Racer still need to control as well, albeit, though, on the north side, SUDOR with an open now space into zone and 8 kills for them.
Very interesting circle is about the bulge, the upmost high ground in the middle, and everything else on the side is downhill. It will be so much of sweeping the edges, using your exact small pocket to make something happen before you actually have to go in. Spoiler plays are important here. Whoever loses the patience may just go down, but don't poke your butt out. That's not what you want to do. One shot was one shot from killing someone else, and this is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. The blue zone is already coming in.
No bullet in the butts. No bullet in the butts, Tarzan. That is not how we like to play a game of PUBG. Falcons down to 1 player. They have felt that pain. In Galaxy Racer, 2 players remaining. Inside still that circle. But Freak, he is a solo play. He cannot defend. There he falls. In arrest now of potentially Lusail, who were being punished so hard early on, have actually waited for so long that everyone in front of him has just disappeared, and Lusail have been opened up to an entrance into the south side of the zone.
Oh, but on this side, though, across the mountain, fight on the slope. Whoever gets the little bit of ground, okay. That was brilliant. Up to 11 kills right now, SUDOR, and they may just have a side to entry. Hamodi's holding that one shack is very nadeable as well. So I just don't know how this is going to happen. And this is all about just getting into that late game, managing your backpack space, remove your backpacks, okay, and then just play good comms, good PUBG.
Hamodi goes down towards Freak. Barely cannot get the revive off, and that's going to be his deathbed beside his teammate. Galaxy Racer going to fall. Triple vibes. They were able to sneak through an extra 1. They grab another 2 points. That's going to be at least 2/3 of the points they've grabbed in this game alone from the previous 4 already. Can they grab even more? Yes, they will, but at least being now in 4th position. But SUDOR, it is their game to lose. 11 kills, 3 players alive, make it now 12, is they're only going to snipe away that final solo triple vibes, and we're down to if Fate as a full squad can push up somehow, if Lusail can support that, but inside the smokes, they move past the smokes, where do you go? It is open ground, and SUDOR, they have every single opportunity of control.
And you know what, like, I actually don't like how Saif took that spot. It's scary because everyone knows that is the key spot. So he can get naded. They've only got 3 players. If the circle shifts away from them, the run downhill like headless chickens is very predictable. But Saif will continue to peek from that. That is insane. But that is one not coming through. He tries to trade, and look at the HP.
But he's hitting the wall with the bullets, and it looks clever. Dive so low as well, and it's down to Titan, who finds it, grabs now the revive as quick as he can. Scythe needs to defend, takes down Ragnarok. They have stopped the full force of Fate on their initial push. Can they take down a second? They will dodge out the nade from Asawa. You said predictable, but not here is safe. Sneaks round the back end of the fight to try grab a Ragnarok before he will finally be knocked, but is a reef nades him down to avoid the point going to SUDOR.
Man, like, clever, you clever little boy. Like, he allowed that revive to happen. He single-handedly slowed down the push on this side, and now they've got the advantage.
And now it's down to one player, Bo and Arifes nowhere to go. And SUDOR, a mega game for them, Tarzan, in the final match of the day. This is a leaderboard changer when it comes to their position on there. And you got to think, SUDOR, how high they are riding after such dominance. I mean, probably, if not, I would have to assume, the biggest game we've seen so far.
From them, for sure. They have not had a single chicken dinner in those super weekends, right? Of course, they missed one, but that is still, a sign of, struggling to wrap games up. And when you get to experience what based on stats, like this type of game that the euphoria that comes with it to end a day, that could do them very, very good. Of course, it's about them taking that into their own hands and use it in the right way, because we've seen teams, losing, their momentum because they gone overboard and then just can't find the line between pure aggression and smart aggression. So it's going to be a bit of a marathon towards the end of the marathon, to be fair. Like, we've only got 2 more days to go, but this is a huge one. 32 bloody points from that team, and that itself would be more than the points that most teams would have had after these 6 games.
32 points is 1 point away from the biggest we've seen so far today, but it is mega. It is the only chicken dinner we've seen SUDOR Esports, you should say, grab so far. And what a way to grab it to close out today. Fate, though, as well, in second position. What a game. Because look at the rest of the leaderboard. Who else is in the top and where they are positioned? Cryptics is the next, but they're in 8th with 5 points. Fate, they have now jumped also onto the top of the leaderboard train.
Wow, but you know what? I love this game, how it's really changing how we need to approach the coming days and our expectations. Lusail was bottom, same for Triple Vibes, Falcons and KURD squad, but look at them, 12 points, 10 points, 9 points, 8 points. This is the start of the comeback, maybe. And look at the second page right now, we've got someone falling. And you know what? It's like we could see it coming, but we didn't want to. YaLLa Esports, with this very good start, will slowly come back down.
Massive upset as well as RICO and Felice team. Only 3 point stars and NASR grabbing 2. As we said, it was a big rise for those who were able to sneak away those points in this final match. And now you've got to also look towards those standings and that consistency coming through into day 2. Because yes, we have seen thirds of the games so far played already. And I cannot honestly predict who would be at the top of this leaderboard by the end of day 3. Usually, you got a leader. Usually you got someone who runs away by 6 games, but it's not the case. And I think with SUDOR taking such a big win, Clever Catan starting to stand up so much. Of course, Modi, they're on the side. But SUDOR really upset a lot of what could have happened in this match.
Wow, and you know what? Clever would... that was... I don't know. Sometimes you want to... It's very memeable, right? And very... you can do a lot of... jokes around, not jokes around the names. I've lost the word there. Help me out, right? But puns is the word, and clever. No, I would go with puns. That's probably the one that I was.
Oh, puns.
Clever.
Not okay.
Was great. He played that so well, and you know what? Like, we needed it from him, and it's very easy to crumble towards those end moments when you have like a not teammate. And then your other one's very low in HP. So they are doing extremely well. And that is the important bounce back for that team. But this is actually looking very nice because it's very, very tight. Like, the point separation between the top 4 teams being just 5 points, that's insane. But when we look at how they got those points and how many points they've got it in the past 2 games, maybe, so that it allows us to predict momentum, that is a complete different story, right? Because RICO and Fate is on the upwards. Cryptics got a little bit of a high, kind of consistent through, then YaLLa definitely starts strong and come back down. So if we draw curves, that really speaks a different story. Of course, what we want to see would be NASR and Galaxy Race, so with their style to come in strong as well, because we've complimented them before, but it's about them and for them to deliver.
I mean, Cryptics on the top of this leaderboard. I think Cryptics, honestly, stepping up so much so today. I mean, when you look towards who would be at the top of this leaderboard, would you predict that the 8th position team would be that of Cryptics all the way at the top, considering their performance? Yes, they have stepped up, but they haven't been the most consistent, and that is what has been so surprising to me today, is the change in which they have played. Yes, I think the only change of play style there has actually worked well for a team in these finals.
Yeah, is a tricky one for sure. Like right now, we can come up with many style theories. I would say is about how they can channel those energy. I always like to talk about this as well. Like as well as we love number crunching and all those stuff, adding the storyline. Okay, I see what you did there. Very nice, very cute. And I didn't have mine, so I will come back to you with that one tomorrow. Okay, let me finish. Anyways, that was. It's about what they can practically do within a day. We talk about habits. How can you change it within a day? Like, what's the right amount that you can take away with? And if it's something so small and so cute, like then you can probably manage. But it's too big of a huge demon about maybe the personality and some really unclear conflicts between teams. That is some drama that we want to know, but we don't want it to be there.
I've lost him.
So
he's died.
Yeah, sometimes you can lose it as well. And so yes, small momentum, small cute things. If you did manage it well, you lose it too. It seems like that is the name of the game for YaLLa, at least for today. But you know what? When you found a good doctor, yes, they can come back, no problem.
Oh man, what a day it has been, Tarzan. And honestly, Cryptics, of course, also though Fate, to be fair, I think has stepped up huge when it comes obviously to that leaderboard. Memes aside, all the puns aside, have also been able to find their footing. I think now it is this 4-horse race, right? Between Cryptics, between Fate, between RICO and Fitness Team, between YaLLa, who tomorrow, analysing these games that we've seen today, coming back in fresh on day 2, and find that break, because we thought we were seeing it at the start. We've not seen it so far. Is even there a world of hope now, because we are so close that we maybe don't see that break still? Now we even see 5-6 horse race of teams like RT9, NASR, who we said we're also edging up 1-2 big games from them tomorrow. They're also in that contention.
Yeah. Well, we need to see. Like, it could be about what they have for breakfast. What they have right now is about finding the right time to do this. There is no jokes, right? Nutrition, rest, and all that stuff, knowing how your body works, and then finding a structure that works for everyone, because sometimes it's not just the game that people do work or study or whatnot. So I appreciate them. For me, our job might be done at least for tonight. Like for them, it may be the start of the prep work. So it's been a great day. We've got 12 more games to go, 2 more days, and we will be back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you guys then. Goodbye. See you guys later.
Mr. DJ.
Like this.